So good morning, everyone. Welcome to XML Prague 2015. Thank you very much for being awake at this very early morning. It seems like 1/3 of the people didn't make it, so that's the first thing. Okay, so welcome, and this conference is very packed. It started yesterday with the pre-conference with a lot of more hands-on things. So if you were over there, and it was very, very successful. So today we will start with XSLT and a bit of publishing and semantic for the morning, and we will see what happens for the afternoon. So before that, I want to present to you half of our very, very, very important sponsors, and I want to thank you first for them. And because that's also because they are there that the conference happens. So please, no.
All right, thank you. On behalf of MarkLogic, welcome to XML Prague. This is the 10th anniversary, isn't it? All right. I'm also pleased to announce that we shipped MarkLogic 8 in February. So I think although marketing is going to continue to call it MarkLogic 8, I think we should all call it the XML Prague edition. I'm probably in a huge amount of trouble for saying that. I wanted to remind everybody about Demo Jam. There's a party this evening, and we're going to run Demo Jam again. For those of you who haven't seen it, we're going to give you a microphone and a projector and 5 minutes. You can talk about anything you want. And at the end, we're going to give away a prize. We're only going to give away one prize this year. Can we just be clear about that, Mohammed? Just one, okay? Okay. Never mind.
1.5.
1.5. Well, actually, I tell you what. Just for you, Mohammed, we'll give away 2 prizes. Okay. We're going to do a different prize, though. There's a fishbowl up there in the vendor area where we've got some literature about our product and stuff. Drop a business card or a slip of paper with your name and your email address on it in there, and at some point we will draw a name out of that hat at the end of the conference and award a pair of Bose headphones, I think. So we'll give away 2, but only 2 prizes. This is a joke. Mohammed will explain some of the time. Anyway, once again, on behalf of MarkLogic, thank you all for coming, and have a great conference.
Thank you, Noam. So, George from Oxygen.
Hello, and welcome to XML Prague. My name is George Bina. I'm from Oxygen XML Editor. I'm here not alone. I'm together with 3 of my colleagues, Alex, Octavian, and Radu. You can find them there. And if you want to see and find more about Oxygen, you can also find us in the exhibition area. We also will give away 3 Oxygen license codes this year. So you can also draw business cards or at our stand. And these are transferable licenses. So if you have already an Oxygen license, then you can give it to somebody else. I'm really glad to be again at XML Prague. I think we've been 8 years from the 10 here, so we are looking forward to be also next year. Yesterday it was a busy day for us. We had the Oxygen meetup and really great feedback from everyone there. And I'm looking forward also to the sessions at XML Prague this year. The schedule looks really interesting. So thank you for being here and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, George. And Gerrit, you have something to announce, probably?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Gerrit Imsicke of LETech Publishing Services. We are a typesetting and data conversion service provider based in Leipzig, employing approximately 100 full-time employees there in Leipzig. And you can also find something about what we do in our brochure, which is upstairs in the sponsors lounge. This is the brochure, and there's also some cheap merchandise laying around like that, or the bags, you can pick one up. And what I'm going to announce today, we are sponsoring XML Prague threefold. So for one, we are sponsoring the beer station again. So yeah, we've been asked to do that again, and I think it's a natural fit because I looked up the statistics, and the Czechs are world leaders in beer consumption, and Saxony comes next. So Czech is at 143 liters per capita per year, and Saxony is at 135, so scoring second in the world. Whole of Germany is only 106 liters, so you get an impression. I mean, it's impressive, 143 liters, including babies. I mean, okay. So the second part of our sponsoring is also something, yeah, to drink or to eat. It's the Leipziger Lerche, Leipzig lark. It's a specialty from Leipzig. They used to put in real birds in there until the king of Saxony prohibited hunting singing birds, and then the Leipzig confectioners started putting marzipan into that, and it's quite delicious. We had 90 yesterday and 110 today, so everybody can pick up their second copy, if you like, of the Leipzig larks. And the third sponsoring pertains to the student tickets. It was a kind of spontaneous idea to pay the ticket and accommodation for 5 students. They are 6 now, because XML Prague sponsored one ticket too. And I think this is really a good idea, not only to bring some young people into our aging community, but also for the demo jam to have some more hands to clap if we are presenting something. But unfortunately, we didn't quite finish our demo jam contribution, so our 6 students are for hire. Whoever wants to share their prize with us, they are mercenary claqueurs over there, so we can speak about that later. Okay, thank you.
Can you put your hands on the students? Yeah, okay,
Not
over
all
there.
of them there.
Okay.
2 of them missing.
So you localize them, right? Thank you very much, Gerrit. Thank you for all the sponsorship. Yeah. Thanks for all the sponsor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Norm. Thank you, George. Thank you, Gerrit. And so now we're going to. I make just a couple of announcements just before starting. Is that the first one is a big news because I think nobody would have bet for it. There is coffee here. Yeah. And more than that, there is not only coffee, but there is 2 coffee providers upstairs, just there. So you will have the choice. And you will have to vote at the end. Okay? I will have trouble to say that, but it's not a problem. Okay, so there is coffee upstairs, just there. So if you need coffee, if you need any refreshment, there will be split upstairs and downstairs at the break. But the coffee is available all the time. But there is only one rule, one important rule, is that you are not allowed to bring food or drinks into this hall. It's just this only simple rule. It's very important because then we have troubles with the university. If you do that, everything else is possible, okay? We're in Prague after all, okay? So we will start this conference by Michael Kay doing a presentation about XSLT and parallel processing. And so, Michael, if you can join us.
Looks okay. Oh, that's a shock. Are we on? We're on. Okay, right, we've had all the introductions. Where do we start? We get into the deep end with parallel processing. Fascinating that we had two contributions on the same topic, parallel processing, which I hope are very complementary because they attack the problem in different ways. Parallel processing has been a promise for many years. For years I've been telling people, why do you have to put up with this pain of variables that aren't really variables? Well, it's because declarative programming is a really good idea, functional programming is a good idea. Not only does it remove the bugs in your program, it also gives the processor a lot more scope to do optimization, and one of the scopes it gives is to, for example, to execute things in parallel. And after 10 years, that was beginning to feel a bit like an empty promise. When will we actually realize some of this stuff? And decided to start doing something about it. Particularly when you get a new laptop and you find it's got 4 processors on it, and you look at the little meters running on it, and only one of them is doing something. You think there must be a better way of using all this wonderful power that the hardware vendors are giving us nowadays. So Moore's law still applies. We're still getting more and more processor power every year, but increasingly it's being delivered by not giving us faster processors, but by giving us more processors, and more processors on a chip, and that depends on software taking advantage of the new architecture. There's an obvious fit with a language like XSLT with a declarative programming language. It's been known for years that you ought to be able to optimize declarative languages to do parallel processing. Not just for improved throughput, which in a sense we've been able to do for years. If you're running a web service, then you can run lots of transformations at the same time using your processors, but also for improved latency, which means making one transformation run faster. So there's an obvious fit between the need for parallel processing and writing your applications in a declarative language like XSLT. So let's look at how it can actually work. How many times have we told people on XSL list and Stack Overflow that for each is not a loop? How many times have people asked, how can I exit from a loop? Or how can I assign a variable in one iteration through a loop and then use that variable in the next iteration through a loop? Answer is you can't, because it's not a loop. XSL for each is a functional mapping. It's the classic mapping operator that you get in functional programming, where you apply the same function to all the items in a sequence. It's disguised as a loop, but it's not a loop. What it does is it very subtly disguises the body of the for each loop is the function. It doesn't look like a function, but it is a function. It's a function of the context item, so it takes an implicit parameter, which is the context item, and it applies the function, which is the instructions in the body of the for each loop, to each item in the sequence to produce one or more items in the output. And those in principle, can be executed in any order or in parallel, as we've told people so many times. Well, it's now a reality. They can actually be executed in parallel, and I'll come on to that in due time. So first of all, let's remind ourselves that ever since we started, and this is not unique to XSLT, there's been what I call trivial multithreading available. And by trivial multithreading, I mean that you can compile your source style sheet into some kind of executable form, which might be real compiled code. I don't think anyone compiles to machine code, but compiling to some intermediate form, which might be bytecode, or it might be an expression tree that you interpret, or whatever. But in an abstract sense, a compiled style sheet. And then you can execute that compiled style sheet on multiple input streams in parallel to do several independent transformations of inputs to outputs. What do you achieve by doing that? You clearly achieve amortization of the cost of compiling the style sheet, compile once and execute many times. And you can achieve unlimited, in inverted commas, throughput when you're running a typical, your typical sort of publishing website where you're doing transformations on demand for each input request. You know, some of the academic online publishing services are running sort of 20 or 30 requests per second. And each of those triggers at least one transformation, possibly multiple transformations. In one that I was familiar with, it was triggering about 10 transformations. And those can all execute in parallel and deliver the throughput that you need to run that kind of service. I mentioned that as an example of multithreading because it already introduces us to some of the problems that you can get with multithreading. And there are two problems that you have to tackle to make that work. One is the problem of contention, and the other problem is the problem of bugs. Now, you'll hear people talk about contention, and you know, it's a respectable computer science thing to talk about how to eliminate the effects of synchronization and the delays that you get through people queuing for shared resources. You won't hear many people talking about bugs, because bugs shouldn't exist in theory, should they? And if you're an academic computer scientist, then you don't like to admit that bugs actually exist. But I'm not an academic computer scientist, I'm an engineer. And you have to face the reality that designing a bit of software with multi-threading in it, shipping a bit of software with multi-threading in it, is a bit like shipping a high-performance motorcycle. You know that some of your customers are going to kill themselves. It's intrinsically dangerous. We are not going, if we're shipping multi-threading, then we are not going for maximum safety and seat belts and inflatable airbags. We are going for maximum speed, and some people will hit the crash barrier. So that's something we have to bear in mind, that when we're doing this, we need a whole new range of techniques to make sure that the stuff is reliable. Contention arises when you have shared resources. Contention has historically been a bit of a problem with Saxon. And it's particularly a problem because of the way Saxon runs its name pool. What Saxon does is it compiles the style sheet and it compiles the source document, and both of them are done in the context of a name pool. And the name pool is a mapping from names to integers. And the whole idea is that when you search a source document, the source document contains those integers, and the style sheet contains those integers, and you can tell when you do a search for all the descendant XYZ elements, then that's an integer comparison, saying you're just looking for nodes in the tree that contain a specific integer value. And it's an extremely fast loop. I mean, I looked at the the search of the descendant axis when you're searching the descendant axis for a specific element name and searching the whole document, and it's doing the inner loop for that is about 6 Java bytecode instructions. And those instructions essentially do an integer comparison. So that is lightning fast. I mean, I had someone published an independent paper on performance and said Saxon is not doing a linear search. Saxon is using indexing. And they were quite wrong. Saxon is doing a linear search, but the inner loop of that search is so fast that they couldn't measure it. And so they concluded we must be doing indexing. But it's not. And searching a document for a particular element name is so much faster than parsing the document that you just don't notice the cost. And that's because of the name pool. But the downside is that the name pool does cause contention. Why does it cause contention? Essentially because every time you allocate names in that name pool, you have to synchronize on it. You're allocating names when you compile a source document, because every name you're having to see, is it already in the name pool? If so, allocate the name. If so, use that integer. Otherwise, allocate a new integer. And you're getting locks on it when you compile a style sheet, because there the names in the path expressions also have to be mapped to the same integers. In the past, we were actually using the name pool quite a bit more. For example, the name pool would be used on output documents. It was used in the serialization pipeline. So, for example, the HTML indenter, which has to say, you know, what kind of element is this? Can I indent this kind of element? That was doing integer comparisons to test the names and see whether to indent them or not. So the name pool was being used not just for input documents, but for output documents. Well, answer is, we had to reduce the amount of contention, so we got rid of it from part of the pipeline. And gradually over the years, we've been reducing the use of that shared contentious resource to the place where it really adds value. But still, as we move more to higher numbers of threads, you can still spot that the throughput you get goes down and the amount of contention increases on that resource. So there's an engineering trade-off we have to make there. That says we probably need a technique that optimizes more for high throughput concurrent workloads, even at the cost of making single transformations run a little bit slower. It needn't necessarily be much slower. There's ideas for doing that based on just getting an indirection between the integers used in the style sheet and the integers used in the document. As my professor at university used to say, there's no problem in computer science that can't be solved by adding another layer of indirection. You know, a fractional increase in that loop from 6 instructions to 9 instructions might solve those contention problems, and that's a decision we have to make. That contention exists simply in that world of trivial multi-threading, but it increases the more you try and do multi-threading within individual transformations, which is something we have to look at. So contention and bugs, those are the two issues. Bugs, you know, I hate to admit it, Saxon has bugs. And we're very open about it. You know, I've always had a policy that says we publish all the information about all the bugs. You can see what they are. We encourage people to report them. We welcome with open arms every bug report. The more we get, the happier we are, because we know the bugs are there, and we hate to think that people aren't telling us about them. And bugs in concurrent workloads are the worst to solve. They are dreadful to solve. Java doesn't help us much. The design of Java doesn't help us much prevent those bugs. The kind of type safety that we're used to with modern programming languages, it helps us to avoid all sorts of bugs that we used to write, you know, array-bound checking and type checking and all those sort of things. Modern languages help us to avoid those bugs and get them out. But concurrency bugs, no, you just have to get the code right. There are no tools in the world that help with that problem. And when all the testing in the world doesn't help with the problem all that much either, because some of these bugs only happen once a year. They're probabilistic. You can't be sure that you've tested all the bugs out. And when they do occur, we've got one customer at the moment who's been battling with a concurrency bug for about 6 months. It brings their system down about once every 6 weeks. They're working hard with us to capture the diagnostics, but every 6 weeks this bug comes up and brings their system down. And it's hard work for the customer and it's hard work for us to solve that problem. And I've told them to get rid of the multi-threading in their application, and they said, no, we can't do that. It would run 4 times slower if we did. So, real engineering trade-offs and problems that you've got to tackle in that area. More recently in Saxon, we've been introducing multi-threading within a single transformation. There's no clock in this room, is there? So this is not just about improving the throughput of a workload as to how many transformations you can run per second, but it's actually doing multi-threading within a single transformation. I'll talk a little bit about each of the areas where we're doing multi-threading in a moment. So first of all, a very simple example of where one can use multi-threading. I think in the 2.0 specs, there was a function introduced called collection. It was introduced for database people who want to work on collections of documents in a database, but it's actually very handy if you're processing directories of documents in a file store as well. And in the Saxon context, that's how we're using it. If you want to do bulk processing of a lot of documents in a directory structure, you can use the collection function to process them all. And in the most recent releases, the collection function is multi-threaded, which just means that we've got one process that gathers all the URIs in your directory structure, and then it feeds those documents to a number of threads. Each document is parsed in a separate thread. Well, there's a pool of threads that you don't have one thread per document, but you have a pool that you use. The parsing happens in parallel. There's then a sequence of trees delivered as the result of the parsing, and then the collection function collects those trees together in sequence. There's some interesting design questions as to whether we should try and retain the order of the result. Some people like to think that when you read the files in a directory, then you're going to get them in a predictable order. The spec doesn't say that the order is predictable, but if you run the same thing twice and the results come in a different order, some people get a bit upset. So there's a sort of usability versus performance trade-off there. Should we try and respect order or not? And we've oscillated a little bit on that one. But depending entirely on your workload, multi-threading the collection function can halve the execution time of that kind of workload. Because a lot of transformations are dominated by parsing time, and therefore doing the parsing in parallel can have a big impact. On the output side, that's transformations that are reading lots of documents. There are other transformations that are writing lots of documents. And this gets rather more interesting because these days when you do an XSL result document to start outputting a new document, we're starting a new thread to execute the XSL result document instruction. So in principle, every result document you output is output in a new instruction. And here you're actually executing different instructions in the style sheet in parallel with each other. So there we're totally dependent on the fact that the language is free of side effects, that you're not updating global variables, that you're not writing to shared resources, that that each instruction is a functional unit and has a well-defined functional behavior without side effects, so that we can execute the instructions inside that result document instruction in parallel with the instructions outside it. If you're generating 1,000 output documents, this is typical of a sort of batch publishing kind of workload, then a new thread for each one, again allocated from a pool whose size you can control with configuration parameters. What's the impact of that? Well, we've seen, again, it can improve the elapsed time for that kind of batch publishing process by a factor of 3. It depends what you're doing. If you're just doing simple splitting of a source document, then it sometimes makes no impact at all, because it makes more impact if you're doing a significant amount of work to generate each result document. There's a new thing in XSLT3 called XSL Merge. This is for streaming use cases. Classic use cases where you want to merge a collection of log files, and they're all sorted in date-time order. So you want to, it's back to magnetic tape processing, isn't it, where you read you sort and merge using your magnetic tapes. But you don't need to read each of those documents into memory in order to merge them and produce one output document. You can merge the records incrementally from the different files if you know they're sorted in the same order according to a compatible sort key. And the XSL merge implementation in Saxon is multi-threaded. What's happening is, again, as with collection function, the XSL merge is generating a set of URIs. Each of those URIs is going to a separate parser. We're using a push parser. You might think it was more sensible to use a pull parser, but we get more reuse of Saxon internals if we use a push parser. So my little cartoon men are pushing and pulling here. The parser is pushing to a shared buffer. There's another guy pulling from that buffer, and the merge process then is pulling elements in turn from each of those shared buffers. And the maximum memory that you need is just as much as you need for the shared buffers to enable the threads to operate with minimum contention on the buffers. So that works quite nicely. Not many people are using XSL merge. It's a rather specialized requirement. But if that is your requirement, then it's a very handy tool indeed for solving it. And then finally, and perhaps the sort of gold standard of this, is, as I mentioned at the beginning, multi-threading for each. And this is different because we don't do it automatically. We only do it if the user asks for it. Because we simply don't know when it's a good idea to do it. In extreme circumstances, I ran one test just to do a sort of edge case test where I did a for each in string to code points. So I was taking a large string and splitting it into characters, and I did that in a multi-threaded way. So each character was being processed in a separate thread, and it increased the execution time from 10 milliseconds to about a minute. But it worked. But that's a case, that's to sort of illustrate the fact that this can seriously damage your performance if you use it inappropriately. Where it works well is where you know that processing each item is going to take quite a long time. So the longer the elapsed time for the processing work of each item, the more benefit that you will get from multi-threading for each. And so you switch that on explicitly with a Saxon extension attribute. And I've got feedback from users who are getting a fourfold performance improvement by using this and by tuning where they use it to optimize their particular workload. But we don't know how to automate that at all. So overall, what are the performance benefits? You can expect to get a 2 to 3 times speed up. Obviously, depends on the number of processors you've got, depends on your workload, depends on any number of factors. But that's the kind of order of magnitude you can look for. And as I've said, some aspects you can do automatically. We can make the decisions in Saxon. All you do is install Enterprise Edition and you get multi-threading automatically unless you switch it off. Or there are cases where you can select it manually. We haven't exhausted all the possibilities. Some things we can consider that we don't do yet are, for example, multi-threaded sorting. Sorting happens either because you request sorting with an XSL sort instruction, or it happens because there are a lot of XPath things where the semantics say the results have to be sorted into document order. And so both kinds of sorting have the potential to be done in parallel. Perhaps we can even just pick up an off-the-shelf parallel sort implementation to do that. The scope for pipeline processing to be multi-threaded. So both micro-pipelining within a style sheet and macro-pipelining of multiple style sheets connected together using XProc or using the Java APIs or whatever. So if you're running a sequence of transformations, there's no reason why one transformation shouldn't run in parallel with the others in the pipeline, if you've got enough memory, of course. And then one thing we found in measurement is that Saxon compilation takes a long time. There's actually a potential for us to use multi-threading during the compilation phase of a style sheet. Most of the compilation work of optimizing a template is independent of the optimization of other templates. There's no reason they shouldn't be done in parallel. So that's it. Do we have time for questions?
One, two. Okay. So we have plenty of time for questions. So any questions?
George is waving his
Seems
hand
like
vigorously.
George is trying to say something.
Thank you, Michael. While you were presenting the XSLT for each example with the character performance that increased from 10 milliseconds to 1 minute, I was thinking whether it will be an interesting idea to dynamically decide whether you will use threads. Like, you know, running the first execution on the first item,
Yep.
and then analyzing the time spent on that, and if it's a long time, then decide, you know, maybe I will allocate 3 threads.
Yep, I'm sure there's scope for that. Yes, perhaps we should get a PhD student to spend a year with us and implement such a thing. I'm sure it would be an excellent topic for research. Quite tricky, and one of the drawbacks with making decisions on the fly is that doing it in a way that doesn't add to the overhead. But yes, there's a lot of scope for dynamic optimization in this and a lot of other areas in Saxon, and we don't do much currently.
Thank you.
Any other question? Oh. Ooh, yeah.
I'm interested in, Phil Fearon, Delta XML. I'm interested in diagnostics when we're performing parallel processing, and specifically how instructions like XSL message and embedded functions like the trace function would operate.
Yep. It's a disaster, basically. I think if you're doing debugging, if you're debugging your logic, then you pretty well have to switch multi-threading off. And we were discussing this with George yesterday. If you're diagnosing your code and you're using a debugger, then you want to understand the way your code executes, which probably means you want to switch a lot of optimization off. The problem if you switch all that optimization off is if you're not just if the problem in your code is that you're calling a Java extension function with side effects, then eliminating the optimization is also going to eliminate the bug. So you're into a Heisenberg situation where if you switch the debugger on, then the bug goes away. So you've got that kind of challenge. But if you've written regular XSLT code and you want to debug your XSLT code, then and you want to use a traditional step-by-step debugging sort of approach, then you need to disable all this stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. So I was interested in where you were trying to reduce the contention on the name pool.
Yeah.
And I wondered if you'd looked at using any lock-free data structures.
Any
Lock-free data structures?
No, I haven't. And that's an interesting question because, I mean, it really means the semantics of Java in terms of what are atomic operations and what aren't get very complex and interesting. And it is probably something that we need to look at more carefully. Whether we can do that in a way that's completely lock-free, I don't know. It might be possible. It might well be worth looking at. Thanks for the suggestion.
Cool, thanks.
Hi, it's Alex Malowski. I have a simple question, maybe, about you've got this 2 to 3 times speed up, but there's always a space-time trade-off. So
Yep.
what is the consequence on sort of the memory consumption and so forth?
In some cases, it'll increase memory. I mean, for example, if you're using the collection function, then only having one document in memory at a time is going to need less memory than if you've got, 8 documents in memory at a time. So yes, it can lead to an increased use of memory. Other cases, like the XSL merge, what we're doing is enabling streaming and enabling a reduction in memory use. So it's certainly, yes, it doesn't have zero impact on memory use, so you're quite right there. Has to be considered.
Okay, any other question? Last one for me. You mentioned that Java is not the right tool to do that, but did you try to consider using other JVM-based language?
I don't think any language really solves this problem, from what I've seen. Languages offer increasingly rich primitives for synchronization and so on, but I'm not aware of any programming environment that gives you, sort of type safety and static checking that your code is thread safe. I think it's still up to programmer discipline to get your code right. I mean, yes, and simply realistically, we've got a code base that's been growing for 15 years. Suddenly writing everything in Erlang is not an option. So,
Thank
okay,
you.
thanks.
Thank you very much. So we stay in the XSLT and parallel processing topic
Yes, of course.
with Jakob.
Okay. 1, 2.
It's necessary just to use the key combination. I think you need to press some hardware buttons like F and something or Windows B. And it should ask for mirroring display. Is working?
Yeah.
some real-time issues being fixed.
It was working.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. Had some troubles connecting. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Jakub. I'll be presenting a slightly different approach to parsing or using XSLT with large documents and with multi-threading. And I like to actually start with something a little different, which is streaming. We've had 2 talks last year about this, and streaming is now part of XSLT3, and for me, it's like a whole new area of application, because we can now process documents that are huge. And this was not possible before because we were constrained by the size of memory. So this is like a whole new area where we can now apply XSLT. But there are some limitations that come with streamings. There are trade-offs. You have to follow some rules when you're writing streamable style sheets. Again, there was a very, very nice summary of the rules last year. They can get complex, but if you follow some simpler recommendations, you should be fine. But those limitations are there. So the specification went this way. We will give you possibilities to use the language, but you can't use the whole language. You have to use a subset to be allowed to use streaming and process large documents. And with large documents, there is another issue, and that is that it takes a long time to process them. So this is an example we've actually seen last year as well. It's a document that you can download on the internet. There is a link in the paper. It contains a database of proteins. It's 700 megabytes in size. And if you write a streamable template, you can process this document. If you don't, you will probably run out of your memory on your machine. So you have to use streaming. But if you write even a very, very simple style sheet, it will take quite a long time to process the document. Yeah, it's about 35 seconds for the example style sheet I've used for these measurements, which just picks some data from the documents and throws away everything else. So it just looks for specific elements and puts them in the output. So nothing complex. Yet it takes 35 seconds, and there can be larger documents than 700 megabytes, and there can be more complex style sheets. So this is like a new bottleneck for the user. And you've seen well, how does this document look like? It's basically a large collection of records, those protein entries. Here, they basically are self-contained records about one protein. I'm sure those letters mean something to someone. And there is not real relation, just one big collection of records. And in the previous talk, Michael K. mentioned that, for example, when you're using collection function, it can be multi-threaded. But in this case, the problem is the collection is in one file. And if we want to multi-thread one file using for each, we would have to load it into memory first. So that's not an option there. And another important thing is that the transformation time can be actually dominated by parsing time, and it is in this case. So the parsing of the documents, it's what takes so long. And if we, well, what we want to do is make this run faster. And one way to do that is to process the records in parallel, but we have to follow some limitations again. So if we want to run this in parallel and overcome this limitation or this speed limitation from the parser, we have to run several parsers at once on the same document, which means they will be independent, and an instance of a processor connected to each of those instances of the parser, and they don't know about each other, so they can't refer to data that they haven't seen because this data is processed by the other parser. And this is very similar with streaming. With streaming, you can't go back, you can't go forward. Well, you can, but you have to do it like in small steps, basically. In streaming, you can go up because the processor caches the whole path to the root of the document. So if you're processing one protein entry, you also have all of this available. Here, it's a little bit more difficult because when you're start parsing somewhere here in the middle of the document between the two protein entries, so this part this processor haven't seen everything that was before, and that's why it hasn't seen the root to the path, the path to the root. So that's an additional constraint. You can't go up from basically the record. You can go, or you can process the record. If you're somewhere down in the subtree of the record, you can go up to this level, but not above. So, yeah, Michael has already given the introduction on why we want to use multiple processors and why it's a good idea, because everyone already has them. And we want to run parser and a processor in multiple threads, even when we are parsing one document, and even if it's one large document that we are processing in a streamable template. So here are some results, and you can see, well, again, what's been going on. I've ran several parsers on the same document, several instances of Saxon EE with streaming. If you run the transformation without any, well, like with normal Saxon, you finish in 35 seconds. If you run it with my program that is a simple wrapper around Saxon, and you run it with one thread, there is some overhead. But if you add more threads, you get improvement. So this was run on this laptop, which has 2 cores, each with 2 logical cores. So there was not really any point on adding more threads than 4. This gave the best results. It's about 30% decrease in runtime. But there's every reason to believe that if we ran this on another machine which has even more cores or more CPUs, it would run even faster. So we have trade-offs. The most important one I've already mentioned is that we can't go out of the single record that we are processing if we are using this approach. In the previous talk, Michael mentioned that there are also trade-offs in the implementations in Saxon, and basically the main problem is the problem of side effects, like the simple ones like XSL message, or the more complex one like user writing his own functions, which have side effects and the processor has no idea what they do. I will talk about those side effects a bit more later. Because we're using large documents, we use streaming, so every limitation imposed by streaming applies here as well. So you have to write streamable templates, and you can't go out of the record. So it's obvious that it's not really applicable for any document. It has to be a special type of document that you can process this way. It has to be a document that has a well-defined structure that you know in advance. And it has to consist of reasonably independent records. So where you're processing one, you don't have to know anything about the other ones. The name I use for this is a core type, which is the protein entry in the example. So it's a type that basically the whole document is a collection of instances of these types. And another requirement on the input is that we have to be able to read it from multiple threads and from random positions. Because what the program does, it actually looks somewhere in the middle document, tries to find a place where a record starts, and starts processing from there. There are also requirements on the strum sheet. It has to be streamable. We have to mark explicitly the core templates, or the templates that process the core types. And those templates that use this PXSL core attributes have to have simple matching patterns. I've used only child access and element names, you probably could get away with something a little bit more complex, but you can't do, for example, predicates somewhere above the core type. So if there was some predicate here, the processor couldn't evaluate it properly because it hasn't seen the actual part of the document that this predicate should test. And so why is there this limitation? Because when the processor starts somewhere in the middle of the document, it has to know where it is. Basically, it has to know the path to the root. So if it sees a protein entry from this match pattern, it knows that there is a protein database element above it. So an alternative would be to provide a schema for this, and this could lift some of the limitations on the match pattern. There are some special cases which maybe are not that special, really. So maybe focusing on them would bring some benefits by decrease or by lifting some of those limitations. For example, if a document looks like this, so there is some small part in the beginning, and there is the big part, which is the most of the document, really, with those individual records. We could read this intro in one part and then pass the information about these documents to all the other instances of Saxon, and when we are processing these in parallel, we could refer to the data that were in the interaction. That's one thing that could be done. But basically, we have to know that all the core nodes are the children of the same node. If we can't, well, if we can't rely on that, so the core nodes have some layers above them, and some of them are children of one element and other are children of another element. We can't do that, what I've described before, but maybe we have just chosen the core nodes wrongly. Maybe we should have chosen this layer as a layer for core nodes, and we can do exactly the same thing. So problems we can see when parsing somewhere from the middle of the documents. Well, we have to find a place where we can start safely somewhere at the beginning of the record. But if we have the bad luck and we find a place that, for example, is in the middle of the comment, and the processor hasn't seen this, that this is a comment, or a processing instruction, or a CDATA section, it will fail or throw an error if we don't account for this. Well, what we can do is, what we can't do is parse the document with an XML parser and look for the comments in advance, because that's the thing that's slow. This is the thing that we want to avoid. And so we have to find another way to look for these problems, maybe some other pre-processing, not XML-based, because all of these are actually comments, PIs, CDATA sections. They are linear. They are basically marking a part of the document, and if you look at the XML as a string, those are substring in that, so just some simple text-based pre-processing and locating those sections and just telling the processor later, please don't start parsing in the middle of these places could solve this. Or we could try to come up with some fast XML parser, but I'm not sure whether it's possible. We could we could skip some pieces of XML like attributes and resolving namespaces and stuff like that. And maybe it would produce a parser that is fast enough not to dominate the time needed to transform the document. But I haven't researched this, so big question mark there. So those are the problems with the parsing itself, and there are the side effects problem. Some of them were mentioned in the previous talk. Users sometimes write style sheets that are not purely functional. They can use XSL message, and if we run multiple threads and they all print XSL message, it would interleave. There can be, for example, mutable variables that processors provide for as vendor-specific extensions, and users can write their own extensions and call functions with side effects. So this probably has no real solution. So if a user decides to do this, he has to take some measures to prevent race conditions in his code. So the experimental implementation I've used to test this was a simple wrapper around Saxon EE. It's available on GitHub, but it's very simple because I had to do a wrapper because there are no open source streaming processors. So it's a little bit hacky. And what this does is actually it splits the documents into portions of roughly the same size, and then create a separate instance of Saxon and run this instance on each. Run a separate instance on each portion of the document, and when all they're done, the results are matched into the output. The code is available on GitHub, but it's a lot of stuff is hard coded there, so it's not something that you can download and use to make your style sheets run faster. It's something that you can take a look and replicate those experiments and verify that I'm not making this up, because this really makes little sense to implement outside of the processor. If there is application for it, it needs to be implemented inside of the processor. Another use case I've tried is something that comes from real life. We did this a couple of years ago. Basically, had to parse a large XML document containing data about the cities, streets, buildings, and load that data into our enterprise system. And the problems with those files is they are usually small, but because they are created city by city, the one for Prague is quite large. It's 600 megabytes of data. And we needed to split those records about every street and house and building into a single file. And this, I tried writing this now after well, this was many years ago I did this, but I tried this now using streaming and Saxon EE. And even though the template is quite simple, you can find it in the paper. It takes actually 42 minutes to run this in Saxon. But when I ran it on 4 threads, I got a significant improvement in speed. And so 15 minutes is still quite a long time, but it's a very significant decrease. So, to conclude, processing in multiple threads gives measurable speed up. It's 1/4 of the time in the previous example. But it imposes additional limitations on the style sheet and on the input. It makes sense to use it only for a very specific class of documents. And this particular approach makes sense only for large documents that don't fit in memory. And you have to use streaming, because if you have a document that you can fit into memory, you can use the optimizations that are already available in Saxon, and Michael K. was mentioning them, like using Saxon threads with for each or apply templates instructions. And that's all from me. And if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. So we have time for questions before the break. Michael? Anyone else?
It seems to me that what you've at least prototyped is a scheme where you're doing a rough parse of the document sequentially, finding the start tags and end tags of interest, and then you're passing off parts of the document to another parser to do a more detailed parsing. And I'm wondering so the essence of this, in a sense, is parallel parsing rather than parallel transformation. And I'm just wondering if that approach to parallel parsing is something that can be industrialized to the extent that we're really doing all the proper well-formedness checking by doing the parsing in those two stages.
Maybe. Yeah, probably. Well, if the style sheet runtime is really significantly dominated by the parsing time, then just having a parser that runs in parallel will bring very similar results. But if there is actually some benefit coming from the actual style sheet running in parallel, maybe having multiple threads for the actual processor gives another additional benefit. But what I did actually is not a rough parsing of the documents. I just divided the size of the documents by the number of threads and start parsing somewhere in the middle. Shift it a bit if I didn't happen to hit really the start of the record. So, as I've said, it's very, very simple.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Alex?
This is a very interesting work. I did something like this 15 years ago, which for me led to the viewport stuff that's in XPrague. And I was actually doing bio data, same stuff, similar stuff. So that's really, really interesting to see a modern take on that. But have you considered how a user might specify this? For example, XPrague viewports, XPath, streaming XPaths, and sort of how would you constrain that so that you could, to the things that are actually tractable, given, for your example, right, of certain subtrees that repeat over and over again. And because I didn't see how you actually told the processor what the subtrees are. Is that just code, or is that like an XPath, and how can we turn that into a declarative specification?
Yeah, I maybe was too fast with that. I've added an attribute to a template, and this would tell the processor that this is this template processes the record, so it would be match protein entry, then there will be PSSL core, which is the core node. And that's the way the user has to come in and say, this is the important type in my schema that actually makes largest part of the document, and this is the type I want to process in parallel. And for all the other checks, I don't do them. So I just hope that the user will not, for example, try to read up from the record. That's again something the analysis of the template would need to be done in the processor.
Okay, Eric?
Yes, you've mentioned troubles with comments, but don't you have troubles with namespace declarations also? I think like that? Because here you are using the default namespace. I assume that if you were redefining, you would be...
That's very good remark. Yeah, I haven't accounted for it. The user would have to be very careful with namespaces, like declaring them at the top, for example. That's a very good point.
Any other questions? So thank you, Jakob. Thank you very much for this talk. So we are a bit ahead of schedule, and now is the coffee break, so probably everything is not already set up, but there is coffee upstairs, and everything else is arriving in the ground floor here. So, oh, it's perhaps set up, so good news. So, okay, so you have, okay, just perhaps. So 15 minutes break, and we reconvene in a few minutes. I will.
Thanks. Well, it's very...
So we are back on track. So the presentations that are going to happen in the second half of the morning are about publishing and semantics and the use of semantics. And we will start with Dr. Alexander Milowski to present something about semantic hybridization. Hybridization. So,
all right.
Alex.
Are you ready? Okay. Well, I'll have my fancy title, but given today is Valentine's Day, we're going to talk about a love story between two. We're going to personify JSON-LD and RDFA, and we're going to talk about a love story of SOL formats for semantics. And there is, some good rationale for this. These things operate in the same space as semantics on the web. How do we convey semantics? How do we annotate information? Exchange that. They were developed by some of the same people, right? Literally people on the same working groups at the same time doing two different syntaxes for the same kinds of things. So that's interesting. And of course, JSON-LD is very attractive to being JSON-based to JavaScript developers, and there's a lot of those in the world, right? And there's a lot of HTML markup. So RDFA is very attractive for that. See if people are actually interested in that. And so, there's been some little bit of debate like, oh, we should just use JSON-LD and forget about RDFA, et cetera. And I think we just need to all get along. And I think we can do that, and so can these formats, right? So we're going to play relationship counselor here for these two data formats that are SOL formats. All right, so let's talk about a very simple problem. I have my personal information. There is the schema.org structures for a person and an organization that they might belong to and how we describe that information. So I have my contact information. I am at the School of Information at Berkeley. And over here on the right, we have a bunch of triples. This is in turtle syntax. So this is the semantic graph that we would like to have. It starts at the top, and we have schema.org, and we have some URI that represents me, and it's a person. And we have some facets about me, or basically properties, or if you want to call them predicates, right? Name, email, organization. There's some things that have values, and some things that point to other things, right? So organization points off to this blank node thingy. It could be a real URI, but in this case it's not. And that's an organization, and that is Berkeley itself, and I belong to a particular department. Oh, look at that, a pointer. Does this pointer actually work? Oh, look, you cannot see it, I bet. Anyway, that's all right. And in that organization, the school has a department, and that's the school information. So it's a nice little sort of hierarchical thing. We would like people to explore the web and find this kind of information. It's also in pink. So maybe you know something about RDFA, maybe you don't. But this big blob of HTML, you see HTML blobs all the time, has some RDFA in it. And basically, it's a top-down type of structure, and we add in some special attributes. That's the A in RDFA, is for attributes. And we annotate the information. So at the very top, I'm saying I'm using the schema.org vocabulary, and I say that, well, I have this resource, which is me, and it's a type person. And again, because we have a somewhat hierarchical structure of markup, I can start talking about properties of that new subject that I established here. I have a URI, which is my website, and I have the organization, type of organization, and so forth, so I can do that. But, adding attributes to qualify information is a very normal thing to do in HTML. We love that. Great. But there's times where the algorithm for RDFA just kind of goes awry, right? There was a choice. When we find new things, new possible subjects, like the website, that's a new thing. We can go left or right. Left is, it's a new subject. We have a new context. We have properties about that subject. Or right, no, it's just a piece of information. They chose left. So what happens is then if you have things that you are sub-properties of the other subject, right? We have two subjects in play here. You're out of luck, right? RDFA has done the wrong thing. So that's what's happening here. I have my name. I want to make a nice link to my HTML, and I have my name, and I write that name to be not duplicated elsewhere, and I would like it to be associated with the resource here, and not the URI of my website. I have a problem. RDFA is not listening to me. The subject is changing the subject on me. I don't like this. This is not good, right? Oh, and then I have a very short, obviously, screensaver thingy. So it's a great time to take a break. Settings, and here saver, and yeah, so we can do that too. I mean, I'm not quite loud enough. All right. Is that better?
No.
No? Oh, okay, there we go. Better? Better.
Is that better?
All right. No?
No.
It's gotta be even. It's gonna be super close.
Yeah.
All right.
Mohammed, find the speed button and turn that down.
I will talk very slowly for you, Norm.
Thank you.
All right. So, as I probably should have highlighted some of this. So the real problem here is that there's a top-down, left-to-right algorithm here, and when we discover new subjects, they're not always the subject that we want for the properties contained within, right? So that's a real problem. And another real problem with RDFA is that the things that you do in your markup are not always the things that you want in your triple graph, right? You're designing a web page. You have some content in there for that purpose. It relates to things that are in that you want in that triple graph, but it's not exactly the right thing. And so you have this issue of saying, well, I have an email and the href is a mail to thing, but in fact the content is just the email alone. RDFA is not very cognizant of that, right? So then you have to start repeating information, and we don't like this. I do not like I don't want to have to repeat myself to RDFA. It's not very nice of it as an individual, right? And so we end up with this sort of awkward insertions of additional stuff to make sure that the graph comes out correct, right? So this is not good. It's nice that we can not duplicate information when it's convenient, but it's bad that we have to change our markup to accommodate the algorithm and choices of the algorithm. So even though RDFA likes to collaborate, it's not really always listening to what I would like it to. Well, okay, so then there's JSON-LD. And if you're a JavaScript person, this looks really awesome. It's just, there's some weird @ signs in here, but otherwise it's like, it's a nice piece of JSON, and I can poke at that, and I can get some information. I don't even have to turn it into triples. Awesome, right? So it's compact, it's easy to understand, free-flowing. It's great. But a bunch of that information was in my HTML document, right? So now I'm always having to repeat myself, and I'm always having to duplicate information. And it's just kind of sitting there all by itself. Sort of self-absorbed. I'm JSON-LD man, just pay attention to me. Not concerned about other information resources. We're doing our own thing. All right? So it lacks hypertext, right? There is a URI there, but you have to go and process the RDFA to know that that's a link. Right? You could make some assumptions, but you really actually have to load this thing at the top. Right? That's the context. It says schema.org, and that tells you what these properties are. And if you go process that context, it'll give you information that says, when I get to things of type organization, that URL is a property that's a URI, and et cetera. There's a schema defined for that, to some extent, if you want to call it a schema. So that's a problem. But it does easily represent information that is not always necessarily normally contained in the markup that I might have on a particular page about a particular resource or person or thing. So I can use this as a way to convey additional information. And that's, I think people who are trying to exchange information, they like the idea of JSON-LD. They like the ability, I can put this in my web API, I can send it back and forth. That's good. Well, so here's my sole formats thing. They complement each other really quite nicely. All right, so they both describe a graph of triples. Right? We have subjects and predicates and objects, and we have ways to convey them in RDFA, and we have ways to convey them in JSON-LD. They are making assertions about the same subjects. Right? RDFA is nicely located on elements. So if we have elements and we have information there, we can easily, potentially at least, annotated, and it's rooted in hypertext, right? Links are there to be made use of. The HTML is nice and compact, right? We can easily just represent our triples without having to worry too much about whether this is going to affect the way my web page looks or something like that. What I do to my markup, I'm not trying to do unnatural acts to it. So the thing is that if we look at them as a collective whole, right, the union of these two formats is the union of their triple graphs. They are making assertions about the same resources, the same web resources, the same hypertext, and they're all doing it in context, right? So we can sort of take this together as one sort of yin and yang kind of moment. Now, anybody who's been around me for a long time has seen this at the foot of my email. And some of you have even asked me, what the heck does this mean? And it was literally in a footnote of this book that I was reading. And you can ask me later why I was reading that book. But it's actually really pertinent to this, which is the fact that, choices of syntax, of grammar, of intention, affect how we organize information. And so, they're not independent. And that's, of course, what Burton Russell was talking about mathematics and developing formal systems for describing them failed. But part of this, I think, is this realization that, we can't always describe everything we want to. So what we want to try and do, though, given that achieving the perfect thing is impossible, is pick representations, right? The right representation for the right kind of information, and not do unnatural acts to our data. Use the right format for the information being represented. You don't have to check just JSON-LD, and we don't have to pick just RDFA. It doesn't have to just be XML, and it doesn't have to just be HTML, right? We can use these things in conjunction with all the formats that are available to us. And then we have semantics rolled in there as well. So, we have our two sole formats. They're not getting along necessarily. They're kind of in their separate corners, pouting. How do we bring these back together? Well, one unifying thing is the backdrop of the web, and whether I like it or not, I kind of like it. HTML is there. It is the thing that unifies. When we go to a web page, we hit that HTML page first. So, we can use the fact that there's hypertext, that there's HTML, and there's markup there, and we can use RDFA in that context to identify things, right? This element here, this paragraph, this thing has my name in it, and that's I'm a person, right? May have an identifier associated with me that I've chosen, or somebody has chosen for me. So we can use RDFA to annotate that information in the context of the markup, but we're not going to stop at the point where we start doing unnatural things to our information, where the choice of syntax, RDFA, and its algorithm starts making us do bad things. Right? And then at that point that we stop, we're going to use JSON-LD, attempting to avoid duplication information. Right? This is a non-perfect world. And we're going to rely on JSON-LD to convey the rest. Right? And that's the remaining information will go into JSON-LD as a syntax. And there's a way to embed that into HTML. So this is our sort of environment that we're living in. It's the context of the web with these two data formats. So that's the strategy. All right. Now, at the risk of making your eyes glaze over, here's a solution to the previous problem. So we go back a couple of slides, right? And we had this for RDFA, eyes glazing over, markup. This is all these examples are in the papers. If you would like to see this up close, you can go look at that. But it's some blob of HTML with some attributes in it, and they identify things like emails and URIs and what have you, but there's some unnatural acts in that. And then there's JSON-LD, and that's nice, but it's not any information that's going to be displayed on a page. That's nice from a JSON perspective, but it's duplicating information. So in the middle, slightly less blobby HTML, slightly less verbose JSON-LD. And what you can't see up here is the bold. It's not even showing up at all. Interesting, it's washed out. Let's make this bigger. All right, let's do it like that. All right, so we've sort of decluttered this, right? We have said that, we're still using, this is a simplified version of what I had before, but we're still using schema.org, so somewhere in my document I've declared the vocabulary I'm using. That's RDFA syntax. That's the very top. And I still have my resource being identify me of type person. And my name is then this thing, and this is if this were to render, it would say I work at the University of California, Berkeley, at the School of Information. It's just going to be a paragraph. You're not going to see all this stuff, right? But the name has been picked out. The organization, Berkeley, type of organization has been picked out. The name of that organization has been picked out. The resource for the iSchool is there, of type organization, property department of this guy. All of that has been added to the triple graph. But they're not associated with other. At this point, there are two independent subjects, right? And there's a few properties been associated about them, and the fact that I work at that place has not been asserted, right? It's not in this. Now, but we can fix that. Way down here at the bottom. Again, I have to tell it that I'm using schema.org. But here's a resource, me, and I've given it some additional information, right? So I've parsed my name for you. You now know you now know something new about me. If you didn't know that before, Alex is not my first name, all right? And you now know my website, which is not on that page, and you know my email address, which is not on that page. And you also know that I work at the University of California, Berkeley. Right? That's where, or at least that's the organization I belong to. So I've now connected those two resources together, right? And I haven't said anything else about the University of California, Berkeley, because that's all in the RDFA. Right? I didn't have to do something strange. So I have augmented that information. And you'll notice that I have this in a script tag. Right? That's totally cool with HTML. It's the way that JSON-LD is embedded into a web page. So I can go to this page now, and I can process the two semantic web annotation bits of data, right? And I could treat them as separate things, or I could treat them as the union of that. And if we do treat them as a union, now we've brought these two formats together, making the same assertions that we had earlier, except that they were independent, right? And we're using the right data format. Right? One is compact for things that don't fit my web page. One is directly related to the things that I've already put on my page, and I'm not duplicating information. And I'm making relationships between things without having to attempt to contain them and wrap them, and like I would have to put the organization Berkeley underneath the subject of me, or make some other crazy assertion in this page to tie these things together. And instead, over here, I just make a simple little, if you can see that, a simple little object here that says, hey, the organization is this guy. This is Berkeley. We're done. Right? I don't have to do unnatural acts to my markup. And that's great. I've done a lot of RDFA recently, and trying to pack in triples is really hard. So having an alternate way to just say, and here's some more stuff, is good. Well, so that's, kind of a contrived example, right? Persons, organizations, it's everybody's favorite thing. So let's talk about a slightly more interesting demo. I had lots of media. So do you, right? I went and downloaded my whole archive of Facebook of all of these objects in there and data that they've given me about all of the things I've posted on Facebook for the last, I don't know how many years, almost 9 years, something like that. And so, I'd like to take that information and expose it as a media archive, and I would like to have it annotated. And so I have subject resources, I have images, and I have information about them, and I have comment streams, and I have geolocations, and I have all kinds of stuff. There could be annotations in that media. And so what I want is some kind of minimal markup that lets me represent this archive. I would like to use some RDFA in there to identify the subjects. Simple links to JSON-LD. There's an even simpler way to link to JSON-LD, which is you can put it in its own little file. So we're going to do that. And then the result is that I have data that's indexable, right? It is something that a aware search engine that's aware of these formats can go and they can discover these resources. They can process the RDFA. This is what the Googles of the world want us to do with schema.org. They want us to put out information that they can then look at the curated information that you're giving them, all this stuff that you put into the schema.org vocabulary about that resource, about you, about that picture, whatever it is, And so this is all indexable. This is great. Now, I'm not doing it for them. I'm doing it for me. Right? And I won't want cruft. I want this to be the simplest thing possible so that it's all compartmentalized and I don't have to worry about syntaxes changing and the rug being pulled out from under you. Or at least that's pushed into a corner. Right. So that looks like this. The markup, simple, right? This is all I have to do for my image gallery. I'm going to literally there's a schema.org type called image gallery, right? And I have a bunch of photographs. And I'm just going to link to them. That's it. We're done with the markup. No more RDFA, right? What did this do? Well, at the top here, there's a blank node, and it has a type of image gallery, and that's about all we know about that. And for each of these image tags, this source attribute is picked up as a new subject, right? And I could make a relationship between them. I should have, actually. There's a relationship between image gallery and the things in it, right? I haven't done there. It's missing on the slide. But that subject, this is what Facebook does to your pictures, by the way. It turns them into this big, long number. No idea what that means. Each of these resources of type photograph. Right? So I can go now and look at this page and find elements in there that have information associated with them as photographs versus anything else that I might have, an icon on the page, a picture of me in the corner from my Twitter feed, who knows? Right, so that's step one. We do something elegant with RDFA and stop. Now, I have information that Facebook has given me about each of those images. So somewhere in my document, probably in the head, I link off to this thing, and I use the source attribute. I don't want to embed this. And you can do that as well, right? I can link off to this thing. It's hypertext. Or you can do this. I don't have to embed the JSON. So I link off to this JSON-LD. This is generated from the data that I get from Facebook. Right? I'll show you that in a minute. All right, so that's it. I put that into my web page. Right? Well, now we have additional information, but we have to put something there. Right? What is that something? Well, it's the additional detail. Now, I get kind of minimal information without processing the comment streams. But at the top, I have some admin, right? What's the context schema.org? What's the URI of the thing I'm talking about, right? And then the type is a photograph. So I have to repeat sort of the basics to identify that it's the subject. Actually, I don't even have to, the type could be deleted. I don't actually have to have that there. So that's additional information, but maybe it's kind of nice. And then I have, the date created, I have a description, the location of where this thing was taken, and potentially a comment. So some of this stuff is things I get directly from things like Facebook, and some of these things I've added, like I added the comment. This is an annotation, right? I'm going to show you what that means in a second. But the description is something I have on the page. But it also gave me the geo coordinates. So is this thing working? Is it dead? Are we dead? No, we're working now. So here we have geo-type coordinates and the latitude and longitude. That's great. And so we have a content location that's a place, and then we have this geo facet, which is of geo coordinates, and then there's a pair of things. That's where the picture was taken. We know when, where, and then I have a comment here. Well, there's a picture of a crane in here, actually. And so I know inside the image where that is. and then where I have an annotation box for that. And that comment is something that actually exists in schema.org as well. So I can do this. The box is maybe a little contrived. Still need to add. Those are extensions that I've added. Right? So that's all I had to do. Right? Now I could make this arbitrarily more complex. I could add a bunch of more annotations here, more comments, more things about that image. There's all kinds of things I could do to this to add that additional information. But, right, this page, this part of the page, this part of the page doesn't change. Right? Right, so that's what I would like to have a demo. I see that it's decided to, the map here is decided. So this is literally embedded in this slide deck, which is HTML. That same markup is in there. And there's a piece of code, JavaScript code, that goes in and processes the RDFA and JSON and builds the graph. That's my green turtle stuff. You may have saw that last year and the year before about this. This is a new way of looking at this. Same stuff with JSON-LD added. Right? So there's a union of the graph here that it's operating on. And this content here on the side is all generated. User interface is all generated from those links from the RDFA graph. Right? So we have the picture of the crane. We have some metadata about it. We have a leaflet map here of where it is. Right? This is in the North Bay, just above San Francisco. There's a very pixelated picture of a crane. There's a crane right here in the middle. Right? And we can actually highlight the annotation. So all of this is extracted from the graph and then used by the user interface to generate a way of looking at this. And we can go cycle through this, which is what you would expect. Right, here's some more pretty pictures of China Camp. Interesting water. Right, it's all of this stuff is being taken out of the graph and used to generate information about this image gallery. Right, so we get what we want from a sort of selfish standpoint. We have a user interface, nice image gallery. We have information about it. We have annotations. I can add annotations, right? So I actually did this for fun. Here's a picture of a tree. Oops, let's see, it's off by a little bit. And that's actually generated a little RDFA, a little JSON-LD thing I'll show you in a moment. So I can certainly add information in here. And the sort of clean version of this, let's go to the clean version, not embedded in my slides, does the same thing. But let's look at, I've got to show this page source, man. That's like the quintessential. It's not smoke and mirrors. All right? That's it. That's the only markup I have to generate, right? I have type, let me make that bigger. Oops, that's the wrong one. Oh, come on. You can do this. Oh, you're not doing it. Good, Chrome will do this, but then Chrome won't work. Nice, thank you, Apple. Well, it's a little small for you, but type of, here's my images, there's the links to the data. That's a pretty easy thing to generate. There's some cruft at the top here in terms of, there's RDFA, there's the media gallery thing, it's CSS, and then this is leaflet thing that generates the map. So that's really minimal intrusion into this. You could use some better bootstrapping mechanisms to even minimize that. And then, if we annotate something, let's do that a couple more times so you can see it. Right? I can generate new information through this user interface. So here's a new comment. I could have asked you for what we should type in here, but it's just a chunk of JSON-LD, right? And so I can throw that into the web page. I can send it to my repository and add it, merge it with the information already known. I could have it as a separate thing, a separate web resource of information I generated today. I have lots of choices in terms of that as a information resource that's making assertions about this image right here. And that's one of the sort of beautiful things about using JSON-LD as a sort of this external way to represent triples. All right? So I have no idea what time it is. But let's go back here. And that's actually where we end. Is that we've gotten them back together. A little bit of help from HTML, but you know, JSON LD, RDFA, they work fantastic together. And then you get this wonderful larger graph. And you can go from that graph back into the document and find things and then do useful work with that information. Or you can index it and throw it up in search results if that's if you're Google. But if you're me, I want the web page in the browser to do something useful. All right, so that's it. Time for questions.
Thank you, Alex. So, any questions? Yeah.
Felix Sasaki at WC and DFK. I don't have a question, but I have a comment. I want to, well, maybe even strongly question one of the assumptions you make. You're saying that RDFA is for identifying items in hypertext. And I want to really question that assumption. Because what you do when you have RDFA in markup is that you embed RDF triples in the markup. But that does not mean that really the RDF triples are related to the markup. Let me give you an example. Assume one web page where this sentence, Alex gave a presentation at XML Prague, Felix is making a comment. Imagine that's in one P element. Of course, you can use RDFA to annotate Alex as with RDFA as a person with a unique identifier. You can annotate Felix as a unique identifier, of both pointing to the URIs which identify us. What you get from that is two independent triples, which say, okay, I make a statement about Alex, I make a statement about Felix. We don't get this aspect that they are mentioned in the same P element. And you don't get really the anchoring in the hypertext. Is this an issue? Well, for the examples you gave here, this is no issue. I think that's totally fine. But also for the scenario of search engine optimization, that's no issue. But what you don't really do is anchoring in this context, which may be an issue for more enhanced, what we may call data or text analytics. So give me all pages in which the entities of Alex and Felix are mentioned in the same context. You won't get that through your triples. Of course, you could annotate that explicitly using RDFA, but then you would end up annotating basically the markup structure, well, replicating the markup structure with triples, which would create a huge overhead. Nobody would want that. One reason why I'm saying that also because of a painful experience. When we created the ITS, the Internationalization Text Set, the first thought of using RDFA exactly for this topic, for this purpose of making statements about items or entities in hypertext, in context in hypertext. And we, at the end, were asked by the RDF Data Working Group to recharter, to put RDFA for this purpose out of our charter and have a different mechanism, because it does not give you the context. So again, not again against the use cases you're saying, but against the statement that you get really embedding in the hypertext context. I think that's not the case.
Okay.
Okay.
Comment taken, apparently. Any other comments or questions? Oh, yeah, Jim.
Oh, I've lost my screen now. For some reason.
Thank you. Jim Fuller, MarkLogic. Alex, I have two observations, or one observation. One is Jenny Tennyson, where you're standing, talked, I think, in 2012 about chimeras. Is this a chimera? Are you mashing two technologies together and to get somewhere interesting? And then the second, sort of not at all related, but couldn't you just inject one script element with all instead of multiple script elements?
Yeah, I can slice and dice the JSON however I want. I happen to have generated these things for each image, so I thought of it as a web service where there's a resource and there's information about the resource, and so I have independently linked, but I certainly should have gotten a giant blob of JSON too, and it would work just fine. Chimeras, one of the consequences of using both JSON and RDFA is a lot of blank nodes. We can make assertions and triples about things that don't have names. And I have a type object here, a subject that doesn't have a name. It's an image gallery. It just exists on this web page. It's the only place it exists in the world. It doesn't have a name. You have to go here to get this subject. And the same thing goes, these resources, to some extent, they have a name, right? They're out there there's a picture that I took, and it's a piece of, it's bits somewhere, and I stored it on the web, and it has a URI for it. But the association of your resource to that image gallery only happens on this web page, right? It's the only place you can find it. It's the only way you can extract that information. These things, the link between that blob of JSON to that image gallery, only happens on this web page, right? Hypertext is the unifying thing that lets me go and find that I've made this collection of resources that you can now process. From a purely selfish standpoint, it turns into this, which I could do, admittedly, a better job if I was a better UI designer, but I'm not. But it turns into this, and I have then used these technologies to bring in some semantics, some annotations, to make things happen on this web page. And so I don't care, actually, whether or not Google can get information from this, although I happen to be making their job easier, right? They know, if I get the right image up, if I did this right, they know there's a picture of a crane on this page. I could give them an identifier and that annotation that points off to iNaturalist that points off to the proper annotation for this thing and identification of this as a species, if I knew which kind of crane that was. So I could do that. And then they'd have that information too. But again, I don't care that Google gets it. I care that I can use these technologies to make this web page do exactly what I want. It's very selfish. It's the way the great technology started, is to be selfish about what I'm going to do with this thing, how this annotation is going to make my life easier, right? And then it'll make your life easier, and it'll maybe make Google's life easier, maybe. And so, I'm only on the fence here in terms of this sort of magical world of RDF where, all of these things happen and we have this massive universe of triples. I'm kind of on the edge of can I believe that? Or can I just make it do some useful work? So I'd rather make it do some useful work, personally. That's where I've been focused for years. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
I think I understand it. They're complementary instead of mashing them together. Yeah. They are complementary, yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alex.
All right.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Murray Maloney, and he will show us how to use DocBook. How you did it. DocBook to create what we call multiple rendition type of books, and so.
on? Am I on? There we go. And I will... Whoops. Why'd you do that? There we go. Yeah, and just before, so to get started, yeah, please, if you start with Michael. So we're just going to pass around an artifact. I'll explain that in a minute. Okay, so let's see, it's 2015. So 3 years ago, or 2.5 years ago, I was meeting with Bob Glushko, who's an adjunct professor at UC Berkeley, and he had been working on putting together a book for the past 3 years. He had gathered all his notes, he was ready to get going, he had several chapters together, and he showed me one of them. And being an editor, being an author and an editor for many years, I looked at it and sat down with a pen and started editing. I handed it to him in the morning. And he said, wow, that's great. Would you like to be my editor? And I said, yeah, but only if I get to do it my way. If I'm going to produce a book, I'm going to produce a real book. I'm not going to produce something that's, well, most of the books that you see on the market today. I want to do it right. And he said, well, what do you mean? And I said, well, we've got to have an index, for example. We've got to have a proper bibliography. We've got to do a proper glossary, etc. So he agreed, and we got started. So his book, The Discipline of Organizing, covers a lot of territory. He had been teaching these courses at UC Berkeley for several years and had all his notes together. And he discovered in trying to put this book together that wanting to have a broad textbook that was also deep was really hard to read. There's just too much information on every page, and you got diverted into different places. So he thought, okay, the thing that we should do is break it up a little bit. Sorry, I'm going to step aside for a second here. So the principal conceit of this book is that there's a thing called an organizing system. And his definition is an intentionally arranged collection of resources and the interactions they support. And I thought about that for a while, and I thought, well, a book's the same thing. So we have an intentional arrangement. We have a well-understood collection of what a book is, and this arrangement actually manifests itself in a couple of places that are familiar to most of us in publishing, and that's the Chicago Manual Style and DocBook. And it's interesting that DocBook was, in part, informed by the Chicago Manual Style. Not much, because the principal author of DocBook at the time actually said that the Chicago Manual Style was deprecated. But in spite of that, we managed to get most of the elements of what Chicago Manual Style thought that a book was into DocBook. So in approaching this, producing this book, the first thing we had to think about was how are we going to mark it up? The text had been written in Word. I'm going to diverge quite a bit from the paper, by the way. So the paper's interesting. Read the paper, have fun with it. I'm going to do my own thing here. So we looked at what kind of markup we wanted to use and what our targets were going to be. And our first target was this artifact that's being passed around right now. And I call it an artifact because we actually made a conscious decision at one point in the process that we were only going to produce one print edition of the book. That we needed to leave behind a manifestation of the book as a print artifact, and then we were going to move on. That decision is being revisited at the moment, but that was our decision at the time. So we knew that we had to produce a book, and we also knew that we had to start producing EPUBs. So initially, we thought we were going to use DITA. In fact, we thought so strongly that I spent quite a bit of time with Elliot Kimber figuring out how I was going to use DITA because I wasn't all that familiar with it. And then something happened. Bob Glushko ran into Tim O'Reilly at a publishing conference, and they got talking, and Tim O'Reilly told Bob about their new Atlas system, single source publishing, could produce a book, could produce an EPUB, could produce a MOBI. Okay, so we're gonna take the easy route. There's something available for us to do. We don't have to bog down Elliot's time, because Elliot was going to be our production guy on that. And why'd that happen? Oh. Anyway, so we ended up with DocBook. And that was good for me, because I'm more familiar with DocBook than I am with DITA. And we knew our targets were XHTML5, and at the time EPUB 2, because that's all we had to work with. We then moved on to doing EPUB 3 in second edition, and now we're looking at using EPUB 3.1 in the next edition, and hopefully DocBook 5.1, and I'll explain why a little bit later. But we're really waiting on DocBook 5.1. And of course now we've got it up to the XHTML5 rec. So the book is designed with a core body of content and lots of endnotes. This is how we separated out all the disciplinary content, well, maybe not all of it, but a lot of the disciplinary content, so that you could actually read the content and then skip to the footnotes as you needed to. So we factored out the content. This is one of Bob's little graphics, just to explain that you've got your core material, you've got your tagged endnotes, and we've also tagged some sidebars, paragraphs, examples, etc., to be disciplinary. So we produced our first book. That's the thing that's passing around right now. It came with an EPUB. We produced an EPUB 2 edition at the same time and a MOBI to go along with it. And we used the Atlas system to do that. And so in the book, the footnotes are tagged, the footnotes are footnotes. The representation in the book is as you'd normally see a footnote, just a little number. And then when you go to the end notes, you actually get to see what discipline does this relate to. Computing, cog-sci, LIS being library and information science, cog-sci being cognitive science. So here's the breakdown, or at least this is now the breakdown, although we've added a couple since then. So last year, we produced 2 new editions. A core concepts edition, no endnotes, none of the disciplinary content, and a professional edition, all of it. So then we get something a little bit better with our endnotes. What we want, we want the students to be able to look at, to read the text and have some clue, because there's some effort involved in following a footnote, right? In print, you have to flip to the end of the chapter. In hypertext, you have to go and look at the footnote and come back to it. iBooks gave us this little pop-up, which is nice enough, except for one thing. Links don't work inside of here. So that citation to Tim, if you click on it, you're not going to get to the bibliography. This is a problem with iBooks. But it's something anyway. You get a little bit of a hypertext queue and see what you're doing. So we had to customize our build environment when we wanted to produce the EPUB 3 books. Atlas wasn't keeping up with us. They weren't prepared to move forward on DocBook, and we wanted some of the features of DocBook 5. And there were just a number of things that we wanted to do that Atlas wasn't going to support. And because we had worked from the beginning with Bob Staten as our doing our customizations in the Atlas system, we just asked him to move everything out of there and build us a whole new build environment and move forward using DocBook 5. In producing the print book and in producing the original EPUBs, we had the able assistance of Nellie McKesson and Adam Whitwer, who were with O'Reilly at the time, and as I mentioned, Bob Staten, and some scripting that was done by Alex. So here's a footnote, right? And you can see that I've made some of the markup yellow. So you can see a footnote starts up on the second line there. Its audience is web. It has an ID, it has a label. And then the paragraph also specifies its audience. We happen to have the audience attribute available to us, so we just turned it to our purpose and used that to identify the disciplines. So we can produce static multivalent additions. And that was our sort of next step. Right? We want... This guy's going to keep coming up, eh? So the static multivalent additions are designed by setting a number of parameters, our user level and the disciplines that we want to include. And so we can mix and match. It's guided by a configuration file that lists all the categories and defines some groups. So the first step in the build is doing consolidation and profiling. So we take all the files together, we runxinclude, we get everything sorted out, and we profile it. By profiling, I mean we just exclude a lot of content. For example, in the Core Concepts edition, we exclude disciplinary notes. But I'll get on to doing the more specific additions in a moment. So here's a configuration. I don't know if you can read. Can you read that, Norm? Yeah. Okay. So we specify, we use the term category as opposed to discipline, but you get the idea. So you've got a set of disciplines: core, LIS, museums, archives, etc. Okay, we configure some user levels. So that, the top of the user tree is editor. That's me and Bob. And then you've got the professional, instructor, graduate, undergraduate, and novice. We also configure a set of professions. And this was just a little trick. Yes? No? Okay. This was a little trick I had to do in order to make some things work, but basically it gave us a way to identify some content that is specific to a particular interest group. So here's the groups for example, the professional edition and the core concepts edition. And you can see that the professional edition lists a bunch of disciplines. It also references professional. And the core concepts is undergrad, and only the core content. So in order to produce a memory institutions configuration, we only include library science, museums, and archives. We exclude all the others. So here, for example, are a bunch of groupings for our academic editions. So we've got a memory institutions edition, an informatics edition, and a sense-making edition. Sense-making edition is cognitive science, linguistics, and philosophy. So we can mix and match. Other editions that we're working on, an instructor edition, a novice edition. We're starting to think now about platform-specific editions because we're encountering differences in the behavior of different readers. So we're starting to think about how we're going to deal with that. We're also looking at school-specific editions. So we're actually, this book is now in about 50 schools worldwide. And we're soliciting content from the instructors. We want them to be able to put their own content into the book and to produce edition that is specific to their school or to their course. We're currently working on, Bob has some students working on the parameters for our accessible editions. We've got our editor's edition and the dynamic polyvalent edition. So the dynamic polyvalent edition, next step, we move beyond the static editions, includes the core and all the supplemental content. It can be profiled at the user level, by school, by device, again, by user level, and it has interactive discipline selection. So here's an example of the bibliography. I use this because it's the quickest and easiest way to show how this works. So when we look at the bibliography, in this case, we're looking at only LIS, museum, and archives entries. And of course, the core always comes in. Okay, so there's the bibliography when you look at it that way. But when I make a different set of selections, I still get able at the beginning because it's core, but now all of these other entries our cog saw in philosophy. Let me just go back and show you that. So we can see Scott Abel down at the bottom there. And any other core? No, no other core in there. Okay? All right, so I mentioned earlier our definition of an organizing system, interactions they support. So in this book, we've included a key points section. You'll see it in the physical manifestation that at the end of most chapters, there's a list of key points, just a summary of what you should have learned when you read this chapter. When we produced the EPUB 3 edition, we added the ability Alex worked on this. We added the capability of turning those key points into a quiz, and I'll show you that in a couple of minutes. We have the experimental content customization that what I just showed you, selecting the different values. As Alex said earlier, he's not a UI designer, neither am I. So we're experimenting at this stage. Some supplemental content visualization tricks, and I just want to make some comments on the EPUB 3 readers. So in the key points, so for example, chapter 2, in print or in EPUB, it starts out looking like this, right? Here's a set of key points. There's references back to where we found these originally. Press a button, and it turns into this. So the questions are hidden in the first case, but then they're shown in the second case. And it's not shown exactly like this because you get a question and then you get an answer, but I'll show it to you in a moment. Here's the markup for that. So we simply have a Q&A set whose role is a quiz, and the scripts take care of the rest. So now we're working visualization and interaction. And so we want to give the readers some idea of what the heck they're looking at, where the supplemental content is, and what kind of supplemental content there is. So this shows an example of, in each chapter, how many footnotes do we have? And we can see that in chapter 5, there's not an awful lot. And chapter 4 and 8 have an awful lot of footnotes. So now here, and this demo, by the way, I can only show you on slides because I don't have a working demo of this. So if I roll over chapter 4, it shows me the breakdown of the footnotes. And now I can select LIS and say, yes, I want to see LIS footnotes. That's a little bit better user interface than the one I showed you earlier. Content added. And then we're looking at stuff like this, where we can tag individual paragraphs. So roll over, fade it out, slide it up, move on. We're also experimenting with, I guess I'm experimenting with, this wasn't one of Bob's favorite things for me to do, but I had fun doing it. And I'll take you, there's all these different discourse types, but here's my favorite, because this has the most useful effect to me. So parenthetical cross-references. There's hundreds of cross-references in the book, right? A good textbook should have lots of cross-references. But they get in the way. I mean, if you really just want to scan through a book, if you're want to just get through it and not have all these distractions, it'd be nice to be able to hide them. And I'm going to show you how I can do that later. But anyway, we just identify them as parenthetical notes. And we've also identified a lot of editorial comments that I just found were getting in the way of reading. All right, so now I want to talk about EPUB 3 readers for a second. So presentation controls. They're very limited in most readers. You can change the font, you can change it from single column to 2-column, and vice versa. The search capabilities are, primitive as far as I'm concerned. And I'm coming from the perspective of, back in 1996, 95, I guess, I was product manager for an SGML tool called Panorama. And in Panorama, I was able to do contextual searches. You know, I could search on a name as, you know, a person's name, or I could search on something that was an object or a thing, or, you know, depending on how I marked it up, because Panorama was sensitive to what all the elements were and would allow me to do that. Well, today's tools don't let me do that. I just get a list and in order. So better search tools in EPUBs would be, I have 2 minutes? Okay. Hypertext and queues are an issue. They behave all differently. Tables of contents and other navigational features in the ebook readers are inconsistent. Most of the ebook readers don't recognize footnotes, don't do anything special with them. They have no sense of citations and bibliography or relationship between definitions and the glossary. You know, it'd be nice if, when I hovered over a word and I was offered a definition, it would actually offer me the definition from my glossary as opposed to from Google and indexes. And I'm not going to get all these examples done, but anyway. So here's an example, hypertext queue. So in most things, you know, you've got to click on a link and go. So if I hovered over number 583, I get this queue. And it gives me some clue about what's on the other end of that link. Do I want to traverse this? And which was sort of our goal in putting up, you know, putting these markers on the footnotes to tell you, well, what discipline it is, to give you a clue whether you wanted to follow it. This gives you an even better clue. Right? I now know or at least part of what's at the other end of this link and can decide whether I want to take the time to go forward and backward. So demo, we're not going to get much time for this, but we're going to do it. Whoops. Okay, so I need my glasses. So here we go. Oh no, that's the wrong one. See, so this is iBooks, and I get this little pop-up, which is helpful. But as I said, if I click on that, I'm not going anywhere. Okay? Doesn't help me at all. You know, I want to go to here, and this is the one that I like. This is Lucifox, and in Lucifox, if I hover over a footnote, I get something useful. Also, I'd like to observe that, you know, this is a very complete table of contents, but it's really hard to, you know, do that. And that's okay, but it doesn't expand. And what I haven't got here, where's the one that expands? Well, I'm not going to have enough time to do this. So a table of contents, so, you know, I've been a technical writer since 1977. That's my main thing. And the only reason I ever got involved with markup was in order to accomplish producing books, mostly. And I'd like to produce better books. And I wish that EPUB readers would do better and smarter things and more consistently. And the table of contents should be collapsible. We know how to do this, and they should, you know, they should all do this. They should all understand what things are definitions and how they're related to the glossary. There should just be an understanding of this. And these kind of semantics are in EPUB 3 and in EduPub, but they're just not being propagated out to the readers. So I think am I done? Okay. So I didn't cover everything I wanted to cover, but there you have it. Thank you very much for your time.
I think we have time for one question or two questions. If they are short, any questions? Okay. So thank you. So now welcome Vincent to do the presentation. Probably he has some answer to your questions because he will show something about semantic enriched ebooks. So let's hope.
Hello. Hello. Do you hear me? Yes, it's okay? Okay, tell me if you can't hear me. So, I represent okay. I do this way. Okay, so I will start by, first of all, I want to go back to the past in order to introduce the interest of the EPUB format. The first electronic book is the Declaration of Independence of the USA. It's a plain text file called eText and made by Michael Hart in the Gutenberg project. And of course, there is no styling in there. 20 years later, the PDF format driven by Adobe is probably the first format used by the publishing industry. This is good for previewing before printing, but we can suppose that is not good enough for reading on the screen. This is a paper-like format. And so, after epic battles between proprietary formats in the first years of 2000, we have a new one standard to rule them all. The EPUB format was created by the IDPF in 2007, and you can see here two examples. This is two examples in Radium with different styling, so you can play with the size of the text, and we can specify 2 columns, the size of the margin, etc. So EPUB is different from PDF because it is by nature made for reflowable content. And the third major version of the EPUB standard has been published in 2011 and is based on the open web platform, HTML5, CSS3, JavaScript, SVG, etc., and other specific XML files, for example, the OPF file. So the EPUB format is a standard widely adopted and compatible with modern reading devices and tablet application. And it corresponds well to the definition provided by Vasiliu and Volley, two English researchers. And an ebook is a digital object with the familiar concept of a book, with a lot of features, for example, multimedia, interactivity, annotations, etc. So, what can be the next of the EPUB standard? This is a sentence from the EPUB 3 overview, and this sentence says, EPUB defines a means of representing, packaging, and encoding structure and semantically enhanced web content. So our interest is about the semantic part. We propose that a semantic ebook is the result of 3 representations into the code. Of course, we'll still have the aesthetic representation of the content. And this is basically what HTML plus CSS do. But we now expect the representation of the logical structure of the book. That is to say, we explicitly annotate structural things like the front matter, the body matter, the footnote, like we saw just a few minutes ago, chapters, sections, etc. And finally, we expect a representation of the meaning of the data, that we call the informational structure of the data. For example, we can have a price or a person name, and we will annotate it as a price or a person name. So how can we do that in EPUB, and what usages we already have now? Since the last major release in 2011, the EPUB 3, we can use an attribute called EPUB type that allows us to define the logical structure. It accepts by default terms defined in the EPUB structural semantics vocabulary and can be extended by other vocabularies using a prefix. And this process is called the semantic inflection in the EPUB standard. You can see here an example. There's a part, if you can see, if it's too small. So we have defined EPUB type value for a footnote and a ref, but also for define the chapter, the title of the chapter, etc. Considering the informational structure, the semantic structure, there was in June 2014 a minor release of EPUB 3. EPUB 3.1.0.1 allows now microdata and RDFA for semantic enrichment. You can also use other technologies like JSON-LD or serialization of RDF in XML. But this will be not directly into the content, RDFA or microdata, and with RDFA and microdata and EPUB type, you have an all-in-one solution. So here is an example of the semantic structure and EPUB type attribute for a section that corresponds to a wine. We can see this example later again. So for which usages? Just the previous presentations talk about iBooks and pop-up footnote. So since May 2012, Apple has enabled pop-up footnotes using the associated values notref and footnote of the EPUB type attribute. And there is another example. For example, the hazardy reader do pretty much the same mechanism for footnote and for the cover. So, sorry, you can't see well this example, but this is an example of the K e-reader, the knowledge enhanced e-reader, which is a web reading system developed by Eric Fries. And this reading system provides a smart search feature based on the RDFA markup into the book's content. So, and you can you have a natural language query to ask some question. For example, what is San Francisco? San Francisco is a place. There are some rules to ask question to the smart search feature. So good. We can do a semantic EPUB, but an interesting fact in the publishing industry. It's the case for Hachette Livre. The production is mainly based on XML source files. So both representations could be collected thanks to the XML structure. But sadly, a large publishing group like Hachette Livre has several different XML structures depending on different DTDs or XSD schemas. And we can't generate the semantic representations by hand due to the number of books we have. And this operation can be time-consuming and expensive. First, because this is a new question for publishers. They need new skills, and the workflows are not ready right now for that. So how can we ease the semantic EPUB file generation in this context? In our experimentation, we used an old version of a French wine guide called the Guide Hachette des Vins. And in this book, we have various and rich information. Yes. For example, every wine is described according to its characteristics. For example, the type, the color of the wine. There's also an evaluation. And but there is no explicit logical structure in this XML structure, but publisher perfectly knows it. He knows that a wine is a section, etc. And in this example, the informational structure can be directly predictable by a human. So what we need now is mapping rules between the XML input and the winning output. For example, the vin element, vin means wine in English, correspond to the wine concept in the informational representation and correspond to a section in the logical structure. So, based on this kind of mapping rules, we could extended an existing workflow to obtain the semantic EPUB. So here is another example with RDF XML and XHTML content using EPUB type attribute just to separate the two representations. And this is linked with these mapping rules examples. So here is a simplified XML workflow. In this case, an XML tag book is used as the basis of the print and the ebook production. At the bottom, we add a new branch to generate a semantic ebook. There is 3 important items: a knowledge engineer who defines the mapping rules, the mapping rules, and the generation engine. The generation engine is the automatic process based on the XML source file, the mapping rules, and the composition rules in order to generate the semantic ebook. In fact, this is an EPUB package, but not zipped. This is still an XML workflow, so mapping rules are XML. In fact, we reuse schematron to write the rules. I go after on these topics. Generation engine is XML. In fact, we use XSL transformations for this part. So about schematron and our solution about that. Schematron is a validation framework, not a generation language. But one of the schematron strengths is that the print keepers of schematron are easily implementable using XSL transformations. And the choice of the schematron syntax to express mapping rules is also based on the fact that the syntax is relatively simple and human readable. So a classic schematron process does not augment the information set of an XML document, but as an experimentation, we define a specific schematron profile to write our mapping rules. What we need is 2 different patterns for logical and informational representation. And I miss a slide. So I continue. The generation engine applies the like a schematron framework. The generation engine applies the meta XSLT on the mapping rules in a schematron file to build a generation XSLT. Then this resulting XSLT is applied on the XML source to generate the content document of the EPUB package. The process of our meta XSLT is quite different than the schematron one because the output is not a validation report, but a set of files with the same content than the source. That said, schematron elements in a mapping file also corresponds to XSLT blocks as in a schematron framework. For example, the assert element defines a property of a concept in the concept mode corresponding to the informational structure or a section in the structural in the logical structure. You can see in green the files that can contain a semantic representation. Others could mean for RDF, XML, or JSON LD, but we choose RDFA for the final experimentation. So we considered the semantic ebook as the result of all the information existing in an XML tag book source. EPUB contains the data and their meaning if available, and the logical structure of the book. But because of heterogeneous XML sources, we consider an approach with mapping rules in order to automatically generate a semantic ebook. We apply this approach with a specific schematron syntax for rules and XSL transformation to show the relevance of this approach. And next step could be to improve the informational and logical structures and propose mechanisms based on those representations. So, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, any questions? A lot of questions. Okay. Felix.
So you're currently defining mapping rules, basically, which help to move the semantics of the XML to the EPUB output.
Yes.
Have you thought of defining other rules which may help to make use of external knowledge? So there's more and more data put on a web, often relying on the linked data technology stack, often also very specific domains are tackled here, domains which may be relevant for the publication somebody is working on. So I was wondering if you thought of mapping rules which would make it easier in the conversion process to make use of that type of external knowledge. Such rules would somehow need to have a mapping of the entities you have in your external XML format to the entity identifiers used in these public data sets. The advantage of that would be that you would have much richer enrichment relying on this information. The disadvantage may be that it's more difficult to write these rules. But have you thought of deploying that type of external knowledge as well?
No, but this is a good point. Thank you.
Next question. Oh, yeah.
Hi. I have a simple question. I saw pipelines in your slides. Do you use XProc or some other technology for those?
Yes, I'm sorry for the missing slide that was a little more technical. My bad. I use a simply XProc pipeline to call different XSL transformation. Yes, but this is very simple XProc file. But yes.
Thank you. Romain?
Just a quick question. Is there a public project or sample files where we could look at the technical details of your workflow?
No, not yet, but maybe next month. This is because we will keep on improve logical and informational structure to have a good level for both representations, and after that have a demo on GitHub, for example. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. One last question? No question. Okay, thank you very much.
Maybe just one note. Sorry, I'm very sorry. Just one note. This proposal is, of course, based on the XML structure at the input. So today we can't have semantic enrichment based on the text, directly on the text. It's based only on the XML structure. So this is maybe one limit of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think we're on schedule for the lunch, and the lunch will start now and be finished in 1 hour 90 minutes. So let's reconvene in 90 minutes. For the people that are new to this conference, the lunch, there is 2 possibilities. Either you look for the cafeteria or you just follow the crowd. So that's the easiest way.
Hi, George. Piece of Mike. I don't know what you've been doing.
So my computer
But there is an EPUB reader that is just... Du wartest hier oder auf mich? Achso. Ja. Ich habe noch nichts Ja, aber das hat noch keiner mitbekommen, aber jetzt die machen die loben das normalerweise immer aus.
was thinking about the application. So, is it possible nowadays to use an iPad and put the EPUB3 file on an iPad and use the semantics in any way?
Yes.
So,
This is one of the goals we have after this proposal is to practical books. So that's why the experimentation is French guide. In practical books, we have a lot of information, and maybe users will just some information and hide.
McGraw-Hill's been at that. They've been doing a lot of university books because they don't need to buy the full version. They only need like chapters. So professors often would select the chapters they need up front, and they just order like excerpts. Often there was Harvard Square. You go to Kinko's, and they used to give them a print copy job to just print chapters. They loved it, and the publishers like, hey, copyright. And they turned around and did something. I think Wiley does this service now, but it's something thinking in the comment too. I mean, yeah, the external data pulling from the, but that's probably another layer or something. But it's tricky, though.
And we see the author is Ben de Mister.
Benjamin?
From Belgium, yes. And he used semantic markup to query at the outside of the file.
Yeah.
He can query based on the semantic markup his character in this chapter.
I think that was Felix. Felix was mentioned. So
maybe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, but there's no system or reading system, but there's only one reader which can access the RFA data from the EPUB file. Yeah. Okay.
But one of the subjects about is the accessibility. Maybe not for semantic markup, but for the type attributes choose for the overlay. Yes, to synchronize the context. It's based on the subtype, and you can specify
They want me to.
This is very useful for accessibility.
Yes.
We know how to cure it. I have a colleague who's like 6
But the reading system, they need to support it.
Yes, they had a Mark Watson even said.
We will start. I have very important announcement. Unfortunately, we have made mistake in the instructions how to get to the social event place. So there is written that you should change tram number 9 to 22 on the station Malostranská, which is simply not true. So you have to escape from tram number 9 at station which is called National Theatre, Národní divadlo. I will repeat this once again before we will go outside this lecture room and start heading to the dinner place, but please be reminded that there is this small problem. So if you will not change on the station National Theatre, we will go in the wrong direction and will not reach dinner place, which will be kind of a set. Okay, so this afternoon we will start with sort of standards track. As you probably know, the conference and university is supporting standards development by providing hosting to some standards working group meetings before and after the conference. And we would like, you have a lot of standards to choose from, but if you would like to choose from some standards, you need to know them. So this afternoon, we will start with Norm Walsh from MarkLogic, and he will introduce you to some new efforts which are done on X-include and X-proc fronts. Welcome, Norm.
Thank you very much. Am I amplified? I sound amplified. So last night, in an effort to fix a bug in my X-include processor, I broke things so I couldn't rebuild my slides. I fixed that this morning, and then at lunchtime, dropped my laptop and dislodged the hard drive in such a way that I had to turn it off and fix the hard drive and put it all back together again. So my blood is about 30% adrenaline right now. So it's possible that I will talk faster than Alex, but I will try not to. When I asked Jirka for some time to talk about X-include 1.1 and the work on XProc 2.0, I sort of thought I might get 10 minutes before a coffee break. And when the schedule came out and I finally looked at it, I discovered that I had 2 20-minute sessions. I'm unconvinced that I can fill 40 minutes, but I will try. X-include is a mechanism, is an XML vocabulary for including one XML document or a text document in another XML document. And recently, as in standards time, the last year or two, we have been working on X-include 1.1, which has 3 significant improvements over X-include 1.0. Support for fragment identifiers on text plain content being the first one. So if you're used to using X-include to include portions of a program listing or something in an XML document for documentation purposes, you can now have the single monolithic, I'm going to use Java as an example, Java program, Java source file sitting somewhere and selectively include bits and pieces of it without physically cutting it up into bits. So you can include the actual compiled artifact, which is nice. In X-include 1.0, you can only include text plain and XML content. In X-include 1.1, we're generalizing that. We're saying it's possible to include other media types if you have fragment identifier syntaxes for them. And we have support for annotating the post-X included info set, which I will explain in more detail in a few minutes. So here is, yeah, it's almost legible. So here is an example of using RFC 5147, the fragment identifier for text plain media types. I have used href to point to the entire identity.java program that's a part of XML Calabash, my XProc tool. And I'm saying that I want to include this as text. And then the fragment identifier for this says that I want to include only lines 42 through 51 inclusive. And the length is a form of checksumming, a form of error checking. It's the length of identity.java. So what this means is if over time the files you're referring to change, then you'll be notified that X-include will fail because it will detect that the file has changed in size. And if the file has changed in size, it's a good bet that you want to consider whether you're still including the right line numbers. And so here's what you get. I mean, I'm not going to show you all of identity.java, but it begins the way all Java programs do by importing 87 classes and a block of comments and a bunch of stuff. All I'm interested in is the run method, which does almost nothing in the case of identity. And here you can see I have managed to include just that portion of it. So that's RFC 5147 support. seems like I've skipped a slide. Well, I haven't skipped a slide, I've just left something out. The parse attribute previously was XML or text, those strings literally. It now is a media type, so you can say parse equals image SVG if you want to use the fragment identifier syntax for SVG, for example, or image ping if you've got some way of reasonably including ping images in your XML content. The values XML and text are still interpreted as they were before, and any of the XML media types, that is application XML, text XML, or A/B plus XML are all interpreted as XML. The interpretation of the other values is implementation defined, but it is at least allowed now. And I should have pointed out, the slide that's missing is that the semantics of the xPointer attribute on xInclude is very clearly in 1.0 for xPointer, which is very clearly only about including XML resources. So the xInclude 1.1 spec includes a new attribute called fragID, which is a general purpose fragment identifier syntax. You can use one or the other. If you use both, they should be the same. If you use either one, they should work. Let me go on. I've taken all of 5 minutes. That's great. The most significant change potentially in xInclude for folks who do documentation, which is mostly what I do with XML, is that it allows you to work around some of the perils of xInclude. Doing xInclude can introduce errors into your documents. In particular, if you xInclude the same blob of XML content in more than one place, and that blob of XML content includes an ID, you have introduced a validity error into the xIncluded document. You aren't allowed to have two IDs with the same value in an XML document. And it turns out that there's no single solution to this problem that would satisfy everybody all of the time. Jirka did a really nice write-up about some of these problems for the DocBook TC in a document called DocBook Transclusion, which enumerates a variety of options that you might want to use and the conditions under which you might want to use them. I'm going to show you some style sheets that I wrote that support that methodology. They're sort of DocBook specific at the moment, but there's nothing about them that couldn't be made more general, and so I may undertake to make them a little more general. The key feature that's missing from xInclude 1.0 to enable any of these things to be possible is that there's no way after xInclude 1.0 runs to tell where the boundaries were. You can't tell what's been copied in by xInclude and what hasn't. And without those boundaries, you can't apply any reasonable fix-up. There's no generalized fix-up you can apply because you don't know where the boundaries were. And xInclude 1.1 addresses this problem by allowing you to put annotations, that is, attributes on the xInclude element, and those get copied onto elements that are xIncluded for you. This only works for elements, so it isn't a perfect solution. If you xInclude a bunch of PIs or comments or text nodes or something, then that's not going to have the annotations on it because you can only put attributes on elements. But for a very large percentage of cases, this will provide significant functionality. So here we've got chapter.xml, which has a note in it. And I've decided that that note is important, and I'm going to use it in some other bit of content. And maybe I'm going to use it more than once in some other bit of content. And so I want to make sure that I can tell where this happened. So down here, I'm saying, fine, we're going to include this example, and we are going to parse it as XML. That means that the result will be an XML document with this new content stuck in it. I'm going to extract from this chapter only the thing marked as a note, with the ID of note, so I'm only going to get the note. And I'm saying I want to copy the attributes my root and my role, which I just made up for this purpose, onto the root elements that get copied in. So if you ran this xInclude element, the resulting info set would look like this. It would be the note from the chapter. It might possibly have XML base or XML ID on it. XML base or XML lang on it, depending on how xInclude fixup worked. But in addition, it will have the elements my root and my role on it. So if you add annotations to your xInclude elements in one step in your pipeline, whether it's a literal pipeline or just a figurative pipeline, then subsequent processing can find those boundaries by looking for those annotations. So that was XInclude 1.1, which went to CR a few months ago. I confess, had a couple of missing features that the working group decided not to attempt to address. One was that you couldn't copy attributes that weren't in a namespace. So you couldn't copy a role or a class attribute directly. It copied the XML attributes in the XML namespace along with attributes in any other namespace because we wanted to copy XML ID. Implementation experience being the leveler of all playing fields revealed that this just did not work. This was not speccable. What it meant to copy the XML base attribute from the XInclude element onto the included content was just an intractable mess. And so we have had to put out another last call for XInclude, excuse me, another last call. Another last call draft. I think the last call period has ended. But we made a few changes in XInclude 1.1, and this was actually what I was hoping to get to today in about 5 minutes. But if I talk for another 5 minutes, it'll take me 5 minutes. So the three changes in the latest last call are that we no longer copy attributes in the XML namespace. So we don't attempt to copy XML lang or XML base, which separates out a bunch of concerns that really were intractable in ways I don't actually remember at the moment. But that meant we couldn't copy the XML ID attribute, which was considered really, really important. So we decided that we would add a new attribute to XInclude called setXMLID. And this has the effect of setting the XML ID attribute on the included content to that value. And at that point, we decided that we would cave to some of the pressures to support copying attributes in no namespace by introducing yet another namespace. I'm sorry. That's the way life goes. And so in the second last call, you can do slightly more complicated things. There's a namespace for local attributes. And if you can say set the XML ID to something, you can say make the role attribute in no namespace have this value. And of course, the functionality I described earlier where you could copy attributes in a namespace still applies. So now if you run this XInclude on the content we saw on the previous slide, you get an XML ID attribute with the value foo, you get a role attribute in no namespace with the value something, and you get the root attribute in the my namespace as well. All very lovely. I will show you what this means with a series of demos. So here is a book which includes 2 chapters, and both of the chapters include a warning from common.xml. And if we look at what's in common.xml, the warning says, beware the Jabberwock, my son, and has an XML ID of warning, which it needs to have because we want to point to it. And if I run XInclude on book.xml, what we get is a validation error because we have, I will show you the raw value before we do any fix-up. What we have done, what XInclude has done is it has inserted the warning where we asked it to with the ID warning and another warning with the ID warning, and that's not allowed. Bad boy, no biscuit. So, what instead is in here, right? Which book? I think it's book that contains the appropriate bit. Right, so in this example, I have added some attributes to XInclude. I've added ID fixup and link scope. And these are terms taken from Jyrka's proposal for the various and sundry ways of combining things together for doing this kind of cleanup. And if we look at the pipeline now, in addition to doing XInclude, which is what it did before it does validation, it runs this transclusion fixup style sheet, which is able to see those annotations in the XIncluded source because XInclude 1.1 copies them over, and then it's able to adjust the values of IDs and attributes appropriately. So if I run make here, it will think for a little bit, and then it will output a valid document because telling it to use link scope local has, telling it to use, which one was it? Right, telling it to do ID fixup of auto has automatically inserted IDs, and the link scope of global means that we haven't changed any of the link ends. So what we've got now is a different XML ID value on the repeated warning, but link scope is global, so we haven't changed any of the link end elements. And so now all the link ends that point to warning point to the first warning in the book, which is the behavior you would have gotten anyway if you'd ignored the ID errors and pressed mightily along. One more example. In this case, I'm going to do auto ID fix-up again, but in this case, I'm going to say link scope is near. And what the semantics of that are, any link end should be rewritten so that it points to the closest ID of that, with the closest renamed ID to the original. So if I run make here, I forget off the top of my head how closest is measured. I think number of intervening siblings or something. So in this case, because I said to do ID fix-up in both cases, both of the IDs have been changed. And now both of the link ends have also been changed. And now this warning points to the one closest to it, and this warning points to the other one that's closest to it. So that's just sort of an example of how you can use these features. I don't think there's a demo for. If there is, I wouldn't know what's in it. No, OK. So that's a short demonstration of some of the features in XInclude 1.1. There is one other thing we need to get out of CR. We need a second implementation. You have to have two implementations to get something to rec in the W3C process. And I have an implementation. And if I squint really hard, I can imagine that it's legitimate for me to produce a second implementation and then call that two different implementations. But in an ideal world, somebody else would also implement XInclude 1.1 and make my life easier and happier. It's not actually terribly challenging, but it has to be in a code base well enough that you know well enough to implement or tinker with the current implementation of XInclude. Somebody who wanted to do it in Xerxes would make me very happy indeed, but anybody who does it anywhere would make me happy. I think that's all I've got to say about XInclude. Can it be implemented in XSLT? Probably not because of the, well, maybe, but you'd have to deal with the RFC 5147 fragment identifiers and counting lines in the text file and things. It might be possible to implement an XSLT. I didn't choose to do that, but it might be. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to say we can see if anybody has any questions about XInclude before I prattle on a bit about XProg.
So is anyone else except Mike has questions related to XInclude 1.1? Over there.
Hi Norm, it's Charles Foster here. XInclude is cool, I love it. And I'd personally love to start using XInclude 1.1 now, if I could, in Java. So your current implementation of XInclude 1.1, is that absolutely and utterly interlinked with Calabash right now, or can you take it out as like a separate sex pass or something like that?
It's inextricably linked to the Saxon API data models because it's built on the assumption that the XDM is what it's operating on. The Saxon XDM node is what it's working on. But I believe the two or three methods that actually do the work are entirely extricable from the step. You could take them, you could extract them and write your own object that did this if you wanted to. I could possibly be persuaded to refactor it that way myself for a beer or something. But at the moment, it's part of the step.
Right. Quick question about namespaces. Can you go back to the previous slide?
Sure.
In the output, where is the namespace declaration for the my prefix? How is this supposed to work if there's conflict in prefixes? Is this a spec problem or an implementation problem?
This is a I typed a slide in and left the namespace out. The namespace fix-up that applies to any of these things would apply here. Yeah. And yes, if the my prefix wasn't in scope already, it would be declared on that element.
Okay. Okay.
Any other question? Okay, George. Just George, please wait for a microphone because we are streaming.
just a follow up on this, if you declare a new namespace then on this node, then the content needs to be fixed up also, you know, what's within the node, because that may also have, I don't know.
I mean, the result of doing this will be that you'll have attributes named myRoot on this element and a namespace declaration if it's necessary. So if there's other content inside there with the namespace prefix my, it's going to, it will have the one from before, and the namespace declarations will be declared and redeclared in an annoying way.
Is there also any support for removing an attribute? I mean, like you have, you know, for no namespace, but you want to say, I want a node, but without this attribute.
No, there's no support for removing them. There's just support for adding them. If you add one that's already there, it will be replaced, but you can't remove it.
Yeah, there were some requests for it, but we thought that it's quite marginal requirement, and you can implement it yourself by adding some attribute in your namespace listings, for example, list of attributes which have to be removed. But
yes. Yes, a tricky case could be that you already, instead of node, you have my node with a my, which is a different one from the my of the attributes. What would happen in that case?
Beats me. Somebody, I'll make a note of that and see. I'm not. It's possible the spec says what would happen, but I couldn't swear to it off the top of my head.
One more question.
Okay, probably it will be last question.
Here?
Yep.
Is it possible to select a fragment with the nixpass expression with the XInclude?
XInclude doesn't say anything about what X-pointer schemes are allowed in the frag ID or X-pointer attributes. Most of the implementations I'm aware of do support the XPath scheme. It's the one I use all the time. So
yes.
It's a quality of implementation issue, but basically, usually, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Noam. So if we can continue to XProc 2.0.
Sure.
Thank you.
Oops. Does anybody else find that the difference between changing tabs in the browser and tabbing to a new application is a constant source of irritation? Perhaps not. Maybe that's just me. Right, so I think a year ago, I spoke a little bit about what the XProc working group's plans were for XProc 2.0. XProc, for those of you who don't know, is a language for specifying a sequence of operations to be performed on XML documents. Perform XInclude, run this style sheet, validate this document, produce some output. So that is a, sorry. We'll make it pretty. That's an XProc pipeline that says do XInclude, then do some XSLT, and then validate. You can sort of define arbitrary pipelines with XProc. And XProc 1.0 came out as a recommendation in 2 years ago now, or 3, I guess. And it's not the runaway success that 60 Minutes hasn't been profiling me, unfortunately. But it's got some uptake, and there are some communities that are making a lot of use of it. And in any 1.0 effort, it's easy after you're done to look back and say, man, there's 3 or 4 things we just screwed up. I mean, when you're writing specs and you're in a committee, you eventually get to the point in the process where you need to deliver something. And so you stop fixing things and you start shooting engineers and shipping. And so XProc 2.0, the goal is entirely focused on removing some of the sharper edges and trying to make it easier to use and hoping that we get that done in a fashion that's timely enough to have a greater adoption. So I'm going to just talk about, in brief, about some of the things that we've actually done so far. The XProc working group managed to ship the first working draft in December of 2014. Yay! I think that's only 5 months late, so we're doing well as a working group. So there are 2 specs there, XProc 2.0 and XProc 2.0 steps. And we've moved the development of the specification to GitHub. So you can fork the specs and change them and send pull requests if you'd like. Or you can just read them there. Certainly that's where I prefer that issues get filed. And there's a Travis build system. So whenever the editors make a change proposal, we get automatic diffs and things, which is really very cool. Travis is a joy. The very first thing that we did, or perhaps the worst thing we did in XProc 1.0, has to do with parameters, which are just a god-awful mess. And they exist to support the XSLT use case on particularly the DocBook style sheets, which have 400 parameters. And having to declare those 400 parameters in your pipeline in order to be able to pass them through to the style sheet was just deemed too ridiculous. And so we invented this mechanism which uses an input port and all sorts of magic to do parameters. In XProc 2.0, we're going to adopt maps from XSLT 2 or XSLT 3, and we're going to make parameters a bog standard option, which is a map, which maps from QNames to item star. So you'll be able to pass in parameters that way and construct them with XPath expressions. And we may end up with some new steps along the way to do map construction. The next problem we really wanted to solve was the problem of an XSLT style sheet which has an output method that says it's supposed to be serialized as text or serialized as HTML or something. But of course, in a pipeline context, there's no serialization that's taking place when that XSLT step ends. And so that information gets lost. And however the pipeline chooses to serialize that document is how it actually gets serialized. So that was a problem we wanted to solve. We also had the problem of base URIs that are associated with documents. There are a couple of edge cases where the base URIs are sort of tricky to maintain. And so what we've decided to do is associate with documents flowing through the pipeline a separate set of metadata, key value pairs, where we will store the document base URI and the content type. And I hope we are able to extract the serialization parameters that are produced by various other steps and carry them along with the pipeline so that the store step can do the right thing. And users will be able to squirrel away values in that metadata cache and get it back again themselves if they want. The next problem that people complain about or feel imposes constraints they don't like is that XProc 1.0 says very definitely and explicitly, because we were trying to simplify the problem space, that what flows between steps in a pipeline is XML documents, full stop. So if you have a step that produces an image or a zip or a text node, the pipeline falls over, or you have to base 64 encode it. For some edge cases, there are some tricks you can do to work around that. We're going to try to address that in XProc 2.0. We don't have a really well-defined answer to how yet. There are a couple of possibilities. One possibility is to have XML documents, XML stub documents flowing through the pipeline for which there is, which the pipeline knows are actually stubs for some binary content or non-XML content in the background. There are a few other proposals. More when we know more. One thing that will come out of this is that the input and output ports will now be able to declare the kinds of things that they consume and produce. So the pipeline will be able to tell if you hook an image ping step up to a step that expects XML, that's not going to work, and attempt to give you some guidance statically rather than falling over with some really obscure parse error partway through. We decided to simplify inline. This is a mixed bag of things. Of the 40 some odd issues that came from the requirements, we think we've closed a third of them, somewhere between a third and a half of them. So this is kind of a mixed bag. Some of these are big and some of them are small. In XProc 1.0, you have to put a p::colon inline here in this input in order to have inline XML, and that's tedious. For the vast majority of pipelines, people put exactly one document in there. It has exactly one root node. And so in that case, you can leave it out. If you want to do something more complicated by a sequence, like a sequence of inline documents, then you have to put them back in because otherwise there's no way to know where the boundaries are. But we're going to add attribute value templates and text value templates to the language, so you'll be able to compute values in the shortcut syntax for step options without having to use p::, with option. And we're going to generalize from the p: document step that we got and text value templates in the latest XSLT and allow you to use text value templates in inlines in ports. Don't ask me exactly how the context nodes determined in those cases because I'm not sure we've worked that out yet, but there will be an answer. The default readable port, presumably, but we're going to allow you to declare the types on options so that the processor can know that you're supposed to be passing decimals in as a count, for example. We're going to enhance p:/try so that you can catch individual exceptions separately instead of having to have one catch and then some sort of p:/choose to determine which one they were. We're thinking about having a finally. Finally is a little bit weird in a pipeline context. I'm not sure it will survive to the end of the process, but we're at least toying with the idea. You can imagine if you had a pipeline that opened up some connection to some back-end database store, that you might want to do some cleanup if something went terribly wrong, and so that finally would be a place to put that. You can't really let finally read from other ports necessarily, and it certainly can't produce any output because the pipeline's going down, presumably, or it's going to be caught by a higher level or something. So not clear exactly how that's going to work. And then finally, there's some miscellany. I didn't think I needed to put one on each slide. An inconvenience in XProc 1.0 is that there are a handful of steps that don't have a primary output port, so you have to do this sort of longhand connecting them up. We've decided that's stupid. We've just made them all have primary output ports. We've added some version attributes so you can specify the version of XML schema and XQuery you want to run, and we already had that on the XSLT step. And there's no longer going to be any pretense that you can build an XProc processor on top of an XPath 1.0 implementation. So we've simplified the spec a bit by removing some of the hacks that we had to put in place for XPath 1.0. I think that's it. So I encourage you to read the spec, to make comments, to file issues. The GitHub issue tracker is there for your enjoyment. I went considerably faster on that one, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to try answering them. Where's the link? The link was on the slide earlier. That's where the link is. There's the link. Should have put that on the summary slide. Fine.
Norman, what happens to the extension steps which are now in Calabash, like zipping and unzipping? Are they
I think a bunch of the sort of extension steps that have been implemented by at least a couple of the implementers will make it into the P namespace and become standard optional steps. The working group is still somewhat divided about how to make that process work, but that's my expectation.
Thanks.
Is backward compatibility a requirement? If I execute an existing pipeline with an XProc 2 processor, would it work? Or do you just don't care?
We've decided that we don't have to guarantee that will work. I'm hoping that there will be there are a significant class of simple pipelines that will be the same. I hope that in the class of pipelines that aren't the same, we can do something clever and make at least some of them run correctly. But the changes that were needed to things like parameters made maintaining backwards compatibility as a requirement just a non-starter.
Well, yeah, actually, I would expect most of them to be different because of the parameters at least.
Yeah, it depends whether most of your pipelines use parameters or not. It's not clear to me.
Okay, so we still have time for one last question. Anyone? It seems that all questions have been answered yesterday in a pub.
Perfect.
So then, thank you very much, Norm.
Thank you.
And Felix will continue and just give him a few minutes to set up. Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Are you okay? But you should attach it here, not to the strap, because the strap is, I can help you if you don't mind. Yeah. And is it unmuted? Yeah, now it should be unmuted.
Test. Okay.
There is water for you.
Thank you.
Just. So now, it's my pleasure to introduce Felix Sasaki to you, and he will tell you something about new activity which tries to integrate EPUB and web platform.
Thanks a lot. So let me start with saying that a few things are wrong with this presentation. One thing is that I don't have hair. The next thing is I don't have a beard. And the third thing is I'm wearing shoes. So to put it differently, Liam Quinn should be here and give his presentation. Unfortunately, he can't. He knew that I would be here at XML Prague, and he asked me to make this presentation. I'm very happy to do it, but I hope next time, Liam, make sure you can come. Additional input on the setup of this presentation. I'm going to tell you about work from the digital publishing interest group in W3C, which is driven by Liam and Ivan Herman in W3C, and from the IDPF side, Markus Geiling. So I'm mostly here to gather your feedback and to convey that to them, but maybe in the discussion there will be some questions. This presentation is based on presentation Markus and Ivan created, which gives much more detail. Would have been far too long to give here. And also it's based on input Liam provided in previous conferences. So this is it. I'm here to give you a short summary of what this is about, EPUB Web, and I'm looking forward to your feedback. So why do we need EPUB Web? The vision, the high-level vision behind is that people want portable documents as native citizens of the open web platform. And that the separation between documents offline and on the web goes away. What does that mean? That you're able to use offline content online the same way you use offline, that you're able to save online content offline, and it has consequences for the users. So that you are able as a user to change between offline and online mode, to change between devices, and also for the publisher, that you create the content just once and republish it on the web or for offline modes. You can give a background motivation for EPUB Web also from the two communities, the EPUB community and the web platform community. And EPUB, EPUB 3 gets more and more adoption by the publishers, but it's not enough. The rendering engines you have in ebook readers, they don't implement EPUB 3 yet. And if you want to use it in the browser, you can only use it with browser extensions. So there's some development then on top of browser core needed, and it's so-called not satisfactory. From the web platform perspective, embracing ePlat, bring this close to the open web platform as much as possible. If you look in the technical areas, which we will do in a second, makes a lot of sense, because what is needed in terms of technical development for bringing EPUB portable documents as native citizens to the web, that's the same you would need for web content anyway. Things like packaging, like dealing with metadata, what we heard in the two presentations and the three presentations this morning on semantics, and also with regards to offline support. So also from these perspectives, it sounds like a natural development to bring EPUB and the open platform together and to kind of merge the future development of both. So what use cases would you have for EPUB Web? Simplest one is the book in the browser, so that you're able not only in your ebook reader, but also in the browser to work with your EPUB content without further extensions, that you're able to follow links from the EPUB content to the book, that you're able to create bookmarks in book pages read in the browser, share them with others across devices or within the web, and read also large books on many devices. Then another use case is scholarly publishing. For scholars, it's important to adapt formats to many reading environments. So let's say you have, as a teacher, you're having your tablet to review a text a student has written. You want to convey these remarks to the student also on his or her device. So for that, adaptation of a format is very important. Again, offline usage is important. If you have made these remarks online, you need to be able to provide them to others offline. and providing multimedia or data or software. In scholarship publishing, it's more and more important to have information beyond the content. For example, the data sets used in experimentations directly link multimedia content as well. So these are use cases from the scholarship publishing perspective. Then in-house publishing, an area which, of course, for many of you is important here, where you are delivering the technology for this. It's important then for you to deliver, it would be an important use case for you to deliver online and offline the same content without the need to have separate conversions between the two, but just have one file or maybe one set of file for both scenarios. When taking the perspective of archival storage and preservation, of course you can archive complete web pages, but when being able to produce the same version and render it in the same version, same for both EPUB content and web content, that would be another use case for bringing both together. And then educational material. And here is an area where kind of the question, what is really content like book content and what is an interactive web application becomes more and more blurred. So you have educational pages on the web which have question answering facilities with, again, multimedia content and much more, also multimedia including interaction. So here again, bringing the development of EPUB and the web platform together would make a lot of sense. So now taking another high-level look what communities would be affected by this development. First, large trade publishers who, of course, would then change their publishing workflows so that they would have just one content format, both for offline and online usage. Browser vendors, as I said, current status that if you want to use EPUB on the web, you would need extensions, but having EPUB web natively supported would mean that the browser core would adopt that. When governmental bodies who are often required to publish portable documents, currently they publish a lot of PDF, there's some EPUB, but enabling them to publish just in one format would be quite useful. When, of course, consumers of ebooks with one format to be used both offline and online and across devices, it would be easier for them to share the content, to share annotations, metadata on the content, we'll come to that in a second, and so on. When web designers, currently it's a quite different job to design a web page versus to design the layout of a digital publication. So that's something which may change in the future. When web developers, again taking the educational example, where in the future it might mean no difference to create an educational application or to create an EPUB document, EPUB web document. Then STM publishers who can benefit a lot from links to, like I said, data sets and other information, again, to be used across devices. Large companies who have a lot of in-house publishing, which could be streamlined if this development goes further. When international institutions, here I'd like to point out that for many of these, I won't name in here, but we have some content where really the multilingual aspect of publishing, of high-level quality publishing, is very important. So that you're able to put high-level typography, taking the requirements of various typographic traditions into account, to bring that onto the web. When scholarly authors, again, for them, having the collaborative means to work on content is very important. Archivists, which I had mentioned before, and developers of publishing workflows, like I guess, I'm sure many, you are involved. So let's now come to the technical steps which are needed to achieve these goals. I mentioned several times already the archival aspect, so there needs to be common packaging format which allows you to work with the content both online and offline. There have been packaging formats developments on the web. Of course, EPUB itself already provides such a format. It's an XML structure, but not enough anything which is now natively supported in the browser. So some discussions around this area are about, for packaging, should we use JSON instead? It's just a discussion point, so something which you may give feedback on. Another discussion which is going on is to say, would it be sufficient to say we don't have separate files, but we have just one HTML file with a default structure, with default CSS for web pages, which have a purpose to be used also in an offline mode as electronic publications. So that were some technical items related to packaging. Now we go to the area of identification and metadata. So an identification is, in the publishing world, of course, a very important topic. It's very important to have unique identifiers for the work, or, well, you might say the digital book. As a matter of fact, the way you identify items in the publishing world is quite different than identifying items on the web. On the web, well, the URI is the basic means to identify resources uniquely on the web. In the publishing world, you have many different identifier schemes. So if you really want to have interoperability, including reading devices, including archivists, including the browsers, there needs to be some understanding of what identifier schemes play what role in these devices. And that has a lot to do with these communities really working closely together, like libraries, publishers, and the web community at large. Then another aspect of identification are fragment identifiers. That is, identifiers not to target the whole book, the whole content, but just a selected piece of content. So that again relates to the presentations this morning, where you say you embed some metadata, some semantic metadata in pieces of the content. So the selection of a metadata, including this context of a metadata, that's still something where the full-fledged technical mechanism is missing. So there's a dedicated group, the W3C Annotation Working Group, which is creating a model. That group has emerged out of a community group. So they started a few months ago, but they have already published the first draft because of this work done before in the community group. And they're providing an annotation model, linked data, RDF-based annotation model, and also ways to anchor that model in web content. Not restricted to that. There may be other types of content you annotate, but that would be one solution to this fragment identifier problem. When there's the handling of metadata, as we saw again this morning in EPUB 3.1, there's also already some support of RDFA and microdata. We also heard that it's important to be clear how do microdata, RDFA, and JSON-LD interrelate, and how to work with external metadata. And building a bridge to this fragment identifier topic, how to attach metadata to the fragments to, well, enrich the content properly. Then, completely different area, styling. So, of course, when you want to use the same content for high-quality publishing on the web, you need high-quality typesetting. And here, the Digital Publishing Interest Group has gathered requirements about Latin text layout and pagination. But as I said before, for example, international organizations and communities in many regions around the world have many requirements in this area. And you see here, linked from the slide, here's a summary about how to improve text layout and typography on the web and in ebooks. And if you follow this link, you will see a lot of detailed requirements, including the Latin aspect, but also many other communities, taking, for example, Japanese, Chinese, Arabic, and many other communities into account. You'll see the importance of this international aspect. First, that, as I mentioned before, that international organizations are also very interested in this, because we're just required also to publish in many languages. And that already of this description here of these international requirements, a Chinese version has been created to show the community, the Chinese-speaking community, what's being discussed here. And then finally, there are aspects like pagination, numbering, or indexing. When I discussed with some of you in the break, this already got some feedback. Well, putting EPUB content on the web, using it in a browser, I mean, I need in a book the notion of a page. Normally you don't have that in a browser. But if you want to reuse the content, also for printing, how to work with this notion. And that relates to pagination, to page breaks, to numbering, to indexing. So where to put it, in CSS, in the DOM, or and so on. And that also relates to linking between regions in the content and robust reference handling, and then again to the fragment identifiers that I had mentioned before. Then another item which needs to be resolved to have really huge uptake of EPUB web, security and privacy. Currently, of course, you're aware that e-book readers have various DRM mechanisms, and here's some consensus needed. How to resolve DRM in the browser so that it really gets a broad consensus also around different browsers. Should be strict DRM, watermarking, so-called social DRM, and so on. And then finally, presentation control. So here there are various traditions. In an ebook reader, the user can switch fonts and so on. In a browser, it's normally the web developer who decides this and who deploys the style sheets. So a different way of allowing the user to interact with the content is needed to have convergence here. So these were some challenges, technical challenges that are currently being discussed here. What's the state of this? Well, this is an ongoing effort. You see in some areas there are already working groups which are tackling these technical aspects, like the annotation group, for example, which may provide a fragment identifier mechanism. And you see linked here a more detailed white paper. Again, the presentation I mentioned at the beginning also gives more detail than this presentation here. And a list of issues, which are being discussed to move EPUB web forward. And I'm happy now to take feedback here. If you want to take feedback offline, please feel free to contact Ivan and Markus. And with that, thank you very much.
Time for questions, so over there, and then like a second.
You have been talking about typography, styling, and so on. There are other W3 working groups working on CSS page media. There's a working group on CSS page floats. Is there some overlap, or doing different things because the problems are basically the same for print and online?
It's very good that you're mentioning that. If we just see the topics, it may look like an overlap. It's rather like different roles. So I must have participated in gathering requirements for Japanese quite extensively, which are also linked here from this international text layout page. In that phase, we, and also that's the role of other requirements gathering exercises here, we did not specify the technology. Also, very often, the experts in these layout traditions are not experts in language in CSS or in XSLFO. They're not experts in the layout web technology. So it's really about these requirements exercise, about gathering them. The standardization then rather happens in the groups you are mentioning.
Okay, then there is another question from Lech.
So do you think the scope to revisit some of the major design decisions to just make it work in a browser, in a vanilla browser? You already mentioned some points like moving from XML file to maybe some other sort of manifest. I think if you got rid of the zip requirement, you could just render this in a browser without any additional extensions, which could drive the adoption rate, maybe?
So, so what you're saying, you're basically saying, so one should provide such a default structure without a zip package. So just saying for.
I think so, because if you serve it on the web, it can be gzip by the server or whatever. It can, if also, because you also mentioned this other thing, which is the semantics. And if you're doing the semantic tagging, unless it can be indexed and somehow searchable, it almost doesn't make sense, because then you output it to a hidden zip file. So it's kind of hard to extract the semantic information from it. So I'm thinking maybe EPUB4 or something could revisit some of those decisions so it actually works in a browser without any extras, just like a regular web page.
Yeah. I think I understand where you're coming from. The semantics aspects in zip files is a good point as well. What I have to emphasize, the idea is really to be able to work with large books as well in the browser. Even although browsers are getting more and more powerful, if you think about scenarios like loading that content on a mobile device, size may still be an issue. So packaging,
yeah, if you're serving this over the server, that's going to be zipped up anyway. So it shouldn't really matter. And even low devices, they have gigs of memory anyway, and stream videos. So I think maybe at the time it was the right decision. I think maybe nowadays it actually. The main issue I have is not, it's a good idea to zip it up, it's just, it actually means that the adoption rate of EPUB 3 or 3.1 is not going to be huge, because you need that extension. The major book readers like iBooks or Kindle, they don't really want to get involved for whatever reason. So the adoption is not great, and by providing standard HTML that anyone can read on a browser would drive the adoption rate greatly, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, then there's a question from Murray.
So, Murray Maloney, I just want to observe that the current packaging format for EPUB accommodates the possibility of multiple manifestations of a given work.
Yeah.
So, if I've got a copy of this book that I was discussing earlier today, we can produce currently thousands of different manifestations of this book, whether they be specific multivalent versions, or whether they be a PDF of those versus an EPUB of those. I can package those all together. And depending on which one I need to use at this moment, I can pick the one that I want to use. So the suggestion I just heard, yeah, that's great. You can send out an HTML manifestation of this work, but that's not the work. Right? I need to be able to distinguish between the work itself and various manifestations of that.
Yes.
One of the issues that arises out of that is consistent use of IDs. Okay? Now, with respect to formatting, I just want to share a thought, okay? Just as somebody who has been writing books for more than half of my life, it doesn't matter what font it is, honestly. There's a lot of authors who, well, how do I say this and not offend anybody? There are a lot of people who create content who aren't primarily authors, they're primarily artists, okay? And so they create books that use a lot of typographic devices, and they're pretty, and I've got nothing against them doing that, but I don't know that I call it a requirement to have a large cap at the beginning of the first paragraph of a chapter. It's not a requirement, that's a nice to have. And I wonder whether a lot of the so-called requirements for styling are really requirements or just prettifying. And do we need to slow down the whole process of making all this work in order to make things pretty, when what I think the globe, the people on Earth really need, is really a way to access content and to be able to talk about that content, to be able to annotate that content and share their annotations. There's a lot of that kind of thing that's way more important than what particular font do you want this paragraph to be in and whether you want a large cap at the beginning of it.
Well, first point I would agree. The second point on requirements, I would disagree from my experience I had with the Japanese publishing community. They say If these requirements are not on the web, the Japanese reader will not buy our books because we are used to, for example, vertical reading style. It's not related to layout, but to then a column break. Let's say if the dot is at the beginning of a column, it's really hard to read then. So again, this is not related to font, but it's still it's a layout requirement. And at the end, the message we got there from that market perspective, not the only one, but a big publishing market, is that that's really a showstopper before the publishers will agree to move towards the web. And it's really also a change of the industry, that in the past they say that's okay to just have for printing. They say that has to be resolved before making that step.
So can I comment on that? Yeah. I just want to say that I really don't care about the publishers. I mean, I want them to be able to publish, but they lower the bar. Okay? There are people, authors and other creators of content, whose view of what they're trying to do is an intellectual process, and they're trying to get their information to a reader. Yeah. From the perspective of most publishers, there's some stuff that they want to sell. And they have some views on, if they make it pretty and put a nice picture on the cover, it's going to sell more. That really doesn't have any effect on, individual authors. And the web's supposed to democratize content. So I'm a little concerned. I mean, I understand that the big publishers pay a lot of dues into W3C, and that means a lot to W3C, but authors like me don't care about the publishers. We want to be able to do our thing and get our book out.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned this aspect of members in W3C. These publishers in Japan, they were not members. I mean, we managed to get their feedback. You could say from a W3C perspective, unfortunately, they didn't join then, or many didn't join then. But what they conveyed, at least in their voice, is that their users, their buyers, wouldn't adopt it. So the person you are talking about would not adopt it then. Of course, you could say, well, that's bad luck for them, and somebody else will produce the content, and then the users will just use it. But at least my impression from that discussion was that for these layout communities, it is really a showstopper, both for the user and the publisher. And in the future, maybe the publisher may not be the companies who are publishing now, maybe different companies, but my impression was that these are issues that would need to be resolved before that's being adopted.
Thank you. Thank you again, Felix.
Thank you.
So now there is coffee break for 30 minutes, so we will reconvene 10 minutes past 4, and we will continue with track which is also devoted to publishing, and we will have also panel about publishing, so you can continue those discussions about publishing during the coffee break or during the panel which will follow shortly after that. Thank you very much.
Does it work?
You are Andreas.
Andreas Jung.
Jung. Okay, just want to check pronunciation. Okay, we will wait for another 7 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nothing happened, okay.
Nobody pays any attention to us.
Okay, so before we will start with another session, Norm Walsh will remind you about this SmartLogic demo jam. Norm?
Indeed, thank you. So I thought I had a bunch of slots, and then the break came, and I have 1 slot left. So we're doing very well in Demo Jam. There's some very interesting sounding presentations. If you want to participate, you have to find me. You have to be the next person to give me a piece of paper with your name and a title on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and it's my pleasure to introduce Andreas Jung, who will have presentation about using CSS page media for publishing. Andreas?
Okay, thank you. That's actually my first XML Prague this year, and I'm happy to be a speaker on today's track. So my topic today is a bit controversial, or looking into the future about publishing. It's about CSS page media. Perhaps some of you may have heard of that, at least people that are using XLFO, Antenna House, and these tools are perhaps interested. I'm basically talking about CSS page media, some techniques, tools, and it's a lot of stuff, and let's start. I'm doing publishing work since about 20 years. I worked for different publishers in Germany in e-publishing departments. Since 11 years, I'm working as freelancer, basically doing Python, SOAP, and Plon development. Plon is a CMS, large enterprise CMS system. And we are basically building large content management system, large web applications, intranets, extranets, and so on. And publishing is kind of pet project. I started my own publishing platform, Prism Publish, some years ago, basically a CMS, and being able to generate PDF in high quality from HTML and XML. And actually, CSS page media is around since already almost 10 years, long before we had a working group at the W3C. There was some tool, CSS to FO, which basically took CSS and generated FO under the hood, and then it could generate PDF and style from CSS already in 2005 or 6. And I'm not the typical XML guy. For me, XML is data, and it's not a religion, but just as a side note. So let's get started. Who of you are using or working with XLFO in the first place? Not generating PDF, okay. So FO is around since 10 years and perhaps a bit longer. And from my point of view, FO is going to die slowly. One indication is that the working group of the W3C abandoned the working group 2 years ago, just because lack of people, according to the XML activity lead, Liam Quinn. I was also doing some research about the future of FO in the eyes of other people. Lots of people say it's too complicated, it's too verbose, and also there seems to be some lack of FO developers on the market. So what's the future? We've seen some publishers moving away from FO. For example, O'Reilly started some years ago projects for doing basically publishing based on HTML and CSS for styling. We see that the vendors like Antenna House or RenderX, providing the XML formatter, are going towards CSS, and so the complete publishing industry seems to move in the direction of CSS. And also we have customers that came from FO-based workflows, and they're looking into other options than FO. So from my point of view, FO is going to die slowly. Anyone to object that? Point taken. We can discuss this tonight, perhaps. So what is CSS page media? Basically, it's a standard or a draft of the W3 working group. It's basically you have a content as XML or HTML. You take the CSS for styling, as you do it with web pages in browsers since 10 or 15 years. Then you throw both into a converter, and in the end, you get a PDF. That's the basic idea of CSS page media. I was talking about HTML, but not XML. I'm at the XML conference, so I'm talking about HTML. Basically, it's two reasons. When you look at the available tools, we have 4 or 5 tools on the market doing CSS page media. We have basically 2 big tools. One is PDF Reactor, and other one is Prince XML. They provide the full feature set of the functionality for the typesetting, basically on HTML or HTML5. And getting from XML to HTML as input for the converters is basically either trivial. You usually have some conversions using code, XLT, and so on. So basically, there's always an easy way going from XML to HTML as input. On the other hand, if you want to have native XML processing, here you can always use a display property in CSS. You can say, for example, when you have a tag element, my table, you can give it semantics by using the display property and say, okay, this should be run as a table, or when your cell tag is called my cell, you can just give it the semantics of table cell. So it's basically, there's an easy way for getting from XML into an HTML semantics. Another reason why we're using HTML is JavaScript. JavaScript can be used in these converters for doing some conversions or generating arbitrary indexes, table of contents. I will show that later. When you're using XML as input, you can't use JavaScript because JavaScript provides a DOM, the document object model, and you don't have that in XML. I will give you a few examples about what you can use, which kind of publications can be generated from HTML and CSS. Basically, traditional stuff like newspapers where you have one or multi-columns with images, footnotes, hyphenation, headers and footers, footnotes, and cross-references. In this example, we generated a newspaper for publisher in Germany, basically lots of text, some author information, and in a 2-column layout. I have these samples with me. If you're interested later, come to me. I can show you some examples. Or you can go forward to more layout-oriented documents, where you, for example, need absolute positioning of boxes or web-to-print applications, brochures, flyers, or catalogs. I brought one big example of a book that was produced with HTML and CSS. Just give it around and return, please, back to me later. It's pretty heavy. It's a price list of water heaters and so on. Don't ask me. And was completely generated from HTML and CSS, which was taken from SAP databases, CMS. Don't ask me, it wasn't my product, but I have this as an example, what you can do with these tools. It's very similar to what Patrick Gundlach did with his tools, basically color production. So the quality of these documents is pretty high. I've been already talking about the tools available for CSS page media. So traditionally, we have something like Antenna House, right? Version is 6.2 with CSS extensions. And I've also seen 1 month ago, XAP is now available as cloud service as under cloudformula.com. So basically, we have tools having some FO background. But we also have some tools which are basically designed and implemented for CSS page media. And here's a list of these tools. We have some open source tools based on Python. Forget this stuff, that's crap. Then we have something called WK HTML to PDF, strange name. It's based on the WebKit render engine of Google Chrome. It has good quality, it's open source, it's free, in some cases it's okay. And I'm basically talking about Prince XML and PDF Rector. Perhaps most of you know Prince XML. PDF Rector is a bit unknown in the publishing world. It's from a company in Germany. So, how do you work with CSS in real life? This looks like CSS. The basic thing, when you're doing a publication, you need to adjust the page size. Say it's format A4, A3, or landscape, and so on. And the basic thing is basically you start with a page rule in CSS and say, okay, this document is size A4. You can just adjust the margins as you would do in HTML for styling a website. You have special selectors for example, for left pages and right pages. So you could say, okay, the margin on the left side is 2 centimeters, and on the right side, it's also adjusted to 2 centimeters. And this looks very natural. If you would describe this into FO, you would just have to write more XML and more XML. So that's pretty easy to write, to read. And in particular, if you have a web designer in-house having CSS knowledge, it's very easy to get a person with this background into generating PDF documents that look at least in a reasonable way. One specialty here is something called CSS named pages. For example, if you have a div element with a class special, you can assign it a special name. In this case, you create or bind the special to the page. And for example, in this case, this rule will basically say, okay, all contents of the div special class would be displayed or rendered in color red. Next slide is about the page model or page regions in CSS Page Media. CSS Page Media defines several page regions of a page. Of course, you have always the main content slot, and then you have named slots like top left corner, top left, top center, and so on. That's necessary in a case when you want, for example, place counters or content from, let's say, headings into, let's say, the header or the footer, for example. Through CSS, you can add the current content of an H1 or H2 element into the header or the footer or place the page numbers here. In CSS, this looks like this. You can say, for example, on all left pages, the page counter should be placed in the bottom left section. And on all right pages, you want to place the page counter on the right page. Basically, left, right, and then just place the counters inside. Next topic is multi-column layouts. That's typical for publications, especially newspapers. We have content rendered as 1, 2, or 3 columns. And in CSS, that's pretty trivial. You have your content in some div element. And then in your CSS rule, you can say you want 3 columns. And you want that the column width should be 5 centimeters. So in this case, you have column 1, 2, 3. It's basically all the text would be in one div without any separation. And the renderer directly automatically renders this box with 3 columns and each column being 5 centimeters wide. Hot topic in CSS Page Media is always images. By default, all converters support the standard image formats like PNG, JPEG, and so on. So basically all raster formats. But also you can use SVG. SVG is preferred format in lots of contexts because usually the SVG images, especially when you have something like graphs or diagrams and so on, they're much smaller and they basically just scale either for a print PDF or for an online PDF with a low resolution. And all tools basically support SVG. Then we have differences in the converters when you look at the color spaces. RGB is basically supported by all converters, but some tools only support CMYK. For example, PDF Rector and Antenna House support CMYK, but this widely used Prince XML converter only supports RGB. So at this point, you have to decide or look at your requirements of the printer. Can you handle RGB or do you need to deliver CMYK? So there's also a question you have to look at when you are choosing a particular converter. Images can be placed relative or absolute. I will give you some examples, and you can determine the width or the size of the image by using the width and height properties in CSS. And you can also use CSS3 transformations. For example, in this case, we had a prototype which was kind of an image album for people walking in the woods and so on. We created a prototype where basically people could take images with a picture, upload to a platform, and at the end we would basically generate an automatic image album. So in this case, we have, this would be both pictures taken in the wild, and then you see the images are a bit rotated. They are placed absolutely, relatively to some magic point in the middle. And you see it's actually looking pretty nice. Unfortunately, the project died, but not of this reason. This example shows you a newspaper for employees of a hospital, also directly generated from CMS content, where we had the blown CMS just maintaining an article content type with text, headline, and then an image per article. And then we have these images have an automatically generated table of contents. But the problem with images is always floating. Especially when you have large images that perhaps don't fit on the bottom of one page, then the page must be perhaps floated on the next page, then have perhaps a gap on the actual page, or you need to adjust the size to some point in order to make the image fit onto the current page. And these tools provide good or bad implemented options for that. It depends on every single tool. The standard way, which is always supported, is that you can define a minimum width and minimum height. Same for the maximum. So you give the converter some hints and rules where you can basically make a decision on if this image should be placed on the current page or not. Another option here is for solve this problem by basically having a good layout where basically the images fit into the flow of the text. Is using JavaScript. At least some of these tools provide a JavaScript API. So at the running process, they could look into the current layout of the document and can perhaps make a decision, okay, if I resize this document by 10 or 20%, it would fit onto the current page instead of creating a half-empty page and then moving the image onto the next page. But this depends on each converter. Tables. All converters support running of tables, small tables, large tables, tables with a very wide table. In general, the table model is, as you know it from HTML, you have a head element, a body element, and a footer element. Tables can span multiple pages. And what all converters support is basically that if a table spans more than one page, then the header of the table will be repeated on the next page. options for example, working with extra white tables would be, for example, if you know that your table is extra wide, you can give it, for example, in HTML a special CSS class white or something else, and then make it a named page using page white table, and then you can adjust, for example, that this particular page containing the table should be rendered at in landscape mode. You could basically rotate the table through CSS. Or in some cases, you could also apply a CSS3 transformation. We would just say, okay, render this table rotated by 90 degrees. So these tools give you these options, and here's one example from a kind of project where you have one table spanning 2 pages, and you see that the headers are basically repeated on the next page. That's a table in landscape mode that's rotated using a CSS named page. The table looks like crap, but the input was also crap, so don't complain. Counters are basically used for generating the page counter or the maximum amount of pages, or also typically for generating a table of contents, a numbering table of contents. For example, if you have this markup, just simply you have an H1 tag and 2 H2 tags, and then a new chapter with the H1, and this should be rendered as first table 1.1, subtitle 1.2, another subtitle, and 2 title 2. So basically, this would be the result. And you can do this with the following CSS rules. For each H1, you have in counter C1, counter 1, which is incremented for every element. So for the first chapter, C1 would be set to 1. For the second H1, it would be set to 2. So basically, you can count 1 to 3 and so on. And of course, for the subsections, you always want to reset the counter for the second level. So that's basically when you encounter an H2 element, this would be incremented as well. And for placing these counters into the table of contents, you can just use the double before selector. Basically, this just instructs the converter to say, okay, if you render an H1 element, just place the value of the counter in its current context before the H1. So basically, this H1 would reference to this one here, and for H2, we have 2 counters, from the first level and one from the second level, and this would basically generate this 2-level deep counter. Another topic always used in especially newspapers or in scientific papers are footnotes. In HTML, you could generate or just create a markup for the footnotes like this, taking a span element, give it a class fn or footnote or whatever. And there is a special standard in the CSS page media standard that would basically float or treat this span as a footnote, and it would basically float into the footer section. And in reality, this would look like this. So we have this footnote. The footnote text would go into the footer section, and you have a counter basically incremented from 1, 2, 3, and so on, just for the footnotes. You could also reset the counters on a per section level in order to have the footnote numbering starting from 1 on each of the pages. Cross-references, not to forget. Usually you want have an option to say, okay, please look, in addition, this chapter, or look for the particular keyword in section something. This can be done easily. For example, in this case, we have a link element
of the class pageref and a link to the anchor figure. And using this CSS statement, it would basically place after this element here, would basically generate this figure, what you see here, on page 22. By using this CSS statement, it basically injects or inserts after this element the content on page, what you see here. And then in addition, it would basically take the page counter for this element and insert it here. So you can basically generate page numbers or reference other elements in your document. The same can be done using the target content, where you want to fetch or reference text from other elements. For example, you could have a div element with the name figure. In this case, this has the text, this is the figure. And we have the same reference as in the example above. And using the target content function, you could basically inject or replace, in this case, the content of this element will be replaced by C, the string is fixed, and then this target content at a href construct would basically reference to the text above in this element and just insert this into here. This could be, for example, used for generating running headers in the head section, where basically every page of a section has the title of the main title of the main section. Pagination, in good time. Controlling page breaks or pagination is always an issue. For example, we have this markup h1 with the title, and then you could have a div with a subtitle, and then an element containing the content. You can control the page break using something like page break before, always. This means that in the PDF, before every h1 element, a page break would occur. The same could be done, for example, if you imagine you have the title and the subtitle, and you want a page break after this, before the main content, you would inject this page break after always into your CSS rule. It would basically generate the title, the subtitle, and then on the new page you would see the content. Then we have something like page break inside a void. For example, if you have a long list and you want to avoid a page break within the list, you could instruct the compiler to avoid this page break. But as the term avoid says, it's a hint, but it's not always guaranteed that it cares about your rules. Also, from the typographical point of view, interesting are handling of hyphenation. All tools support hyphenation in the most common languages. The standard is basically that you put a lang element on some element. For example, in this case, we have a German element with German on the tab level, but we also have, you can mix hyphenation by saying, okay, there's some English text and say lang equals en, and then configure hyphenation. I'm skipping a slide about JavaScript. One note on floats. Floats are one of the hot topics right now, and they're treated differently in all converters. There is currently a draft for standard handling floats at W3C. They propose some statements in CSS for basically having floats or having placing elements within columns, either this one or variations on that. Or for doing something in CSS page media right now that's basically impossible, or basically having shapes or exclusions or stuff like that. This would be really hot if we would have this in converters. That would be actually cool. That's basically the missing part right now when I'm working with these tools. Summary of the tools, almost last slide. This slide gives an overview about the existing tools. Commercial tools, as said, we have Prince XML, PDF Rector, and Antenna House. I'm familiar with both tools, Prince XML and PDF Rector. They're basically in the same price range. They have proprietary license, so basically commercial tools. I have very few experience with Antenna House, so basically don't count, nail me on these points here, but we're using these tools since 4 or 5 years in production, and they're pretty reliable. My personal preference right now is using PDF Rector because this company is in Germany. I know the guys, and talking to the company behind Prince XML is they're launching it in Australia, and there's always a kind of, yeah, it takes some time to communicate with them. So limitations of CS page media. Automatic typesetting is always automatic. This means you have to accept something, design decisions made by the converter. You have limited influence on basically on the typesetting process. You can adjust rules or make some particular rules for a particular use case, for injecting page breaks and so on. But in general, it's automatic typesetting, and it's not the tool that would replace Adobe InDesign, where you could just move your frames around and adjust until it fits, and keep that in mind. And it can be very time-consuming if you're doing a more complex layout for get it right. So the typical use case that we're using these tools are basically as a technical documentation, manuals, catalogs. What's the catalog? Okay. Brochures or mass publications, but we basically reach a good quality with these tools. Sometimes it's equivalent to using compared to Adobe InDesign and so on. But for each project or for each publication, you need both knowledge about what these tools can, about the limitations, and in order to make a decision about which converter to be used, or even if such an approach is workable with these tools. So this ends my talk. Any questions?
Thank you, Andrea. So I think we can go with some questions, because then there will be panel and there will be more time for questions over there.
Yes, I'm Mike Miller from Antenna House. Need to clarify a few points. One, Antenna House formatter is native CSS. We have an FO formatter, CSS formatter, and we have one that supports both, but it is native CSS.
It's not based, it's not running on the FO engine?
No.
Okay, okay.
No, it's completely native. It's
Okay.
got its own parser built in. It takes the HTML coming in, parses it, goes straight to the formatting engine. It's $5,000, not $7,000. But for $7,000, you get both FO and CSS.
Ah, okay, okay.
But it's $5,000 for one or the other.
Okay, this one's completely clear from the
Yeah.
page.
And Antenna House is fully committed to FO and CSS.
Okay.
Yeah, you didn't mention one important question about what do you define as page media? There is something like 5 or 6 specifications across the web where it's mentioned page media, and which one are you talking about?
There's, I think there are actually 5 or 6 drafts by the World Wide Web Consortium, the CSS Page Media working group, and the last revision was 2013-14. So it's basically the official standard, but all tool vendors have their own extensions for implementing additional functionality. For example, Antenna House has an example for generating footnotes in a multi-column layout under each column, for example. That's not a part of the standard. So basically, each vendor has its own little universe around the standard, just for implementing either customer-specific requirements or...
So it's not a standard, and that's what you said?
It's a draft, but with all drafts or standards, there's always a vendor having some particular requirements and doing something on top or doing something different or interpreting the standard in a different way. So,
okay,
that's life.
Okay, you skipped the slide about JavaScript.
Yeah.
And I'm curious if there is any callback from the typesetting engine with JavaScript so that you can make decisions that can only be made at processing time.
That's the only question for me, because the first engine that implemented JavaScript was Prince XML, and basically horribly documented, or basically no documentation. And also PFactor supports JavaScript with a bit better documentation and some examples. I think there's great potential with JavaScript here for at least giving the option for having some programming code for making decisions, like the publisher of Grundlage has options for making decisions. If a document doesn't fit on one page, then skip it or stuff like that. And there's great potential, but it didn't have time, and the documentation is partly poor. So that's basically the problem. And just re-engineering the APIs or the functionalities or the features is sometimes a bit hard.
Okay, thank you very much, Andreas, again.
Yep.
Now I would like to invite panelists to sit here, give us 1 minute to rearrange table, and we will continue.
Diskutabilní.
Okay, so it seems that publishing topic got some traction, seems very interesting, which is quite nice because the publishing, as you know, was like the original motivation for inventing XML and its predecessors. So we have like selection of people who have really different background in publishing, at least I hope. So I would like to start that each just going around the table and each of you just briefly introduce yourself and your background in publishing. So we know what to expect, and we will just do a few questions around the table, and then we have like plenty of time to answer questions from auditorium. So if you can start.
Yes, so hello again. I'm Vincent, and actually I worked for Hachette Livre since 4 years, and that's it, maybe.
Say what Hachette is using. Are they using CSS, page media, or XSLFO, or both, or InDesign? Or?
Yes. So Hachette Livre is not one publishing house, is a large group of different publishers. So every publisher can choose any technologies. So some of the publishers can use XSLFO or CSS page media or what else. But I believe that in the USA, the Hachette Book Group in the USA is based on HTML plus CSS, but I'm not sure. But this is just a little information for you. Hachette Livre also is in a lot of different fields, practical books, novels, etc. So this is also depending on what book the publishers do. So there is no one technology, but several technologies.
Okay, thank you.
I think I can skip, or just
maybe
represent
just
myself.
Okay,
I'm just going.
Yes, I'm Mike Miller from Antenna House. On the 1st of February this year, I marked my 12th year at Antenna House. Primarily promoting the FO products that Antenna House has, but we also have other products that we sell. My background in printing and publishing goes back over 50 years. I've got a degree in printing engineering long before computers were used to do typesetting. So my background at that time was with linotypes, handset types, monotypes. Most of you probably don't even know what those machines are, but they were impressive, to say the least. In terms of automated typesetting, I started when it was paper tapes feeding 8K byte machines to do hyphenation and justification, and have seen the evolution from those machines to where we had 32K bytes, 128K bytes, 5 megabyte disks for dictionaries, up through the VAX computers from Digital Equipment, where I worked for 17 years in their publishing groups, to now where a laptop does major publications, tech manuals for aircraft and other stuff. So I think I've got probably as extensive a background in the industry as anyone.
Thank you.
I'm Romain Deltour. I'm working for the DAISY Consortium, which is a non-profit organization committed to produce, to make digital publications accessible to the print-disabled people. Personally, I'm working on both the EPUB standard in the IDPF working groups and also on some publishing tool based on XProc. The DAISY Consortium used to work on its own standards, and in the recent years, we're actually promoting EPUB as the way to deliver accessible publications.
Thank you.
My name is Patrick Gundlach, and I'm running my own company. I've written a database publishing system from XML to PDF, similar like XLFO, but I'm using a different approach. And the products are mainly product catalogs, or the PDFs are mainly product catalogs, and but now I'm doing a newspaper-like layout, so it's different kind of applications that I produce.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I think that we are living in quite interesting time, because like 20, 25 years ago, majority of information has been shared mainly on a paper. So the output format from any digital tool chain was at the time probably not PDF but PostScript, but it's similar. Then a few years later, there was big explosion of web pages. So especially some shorter material like magazines start publishing on web. Then a few years ago, almost everyone bought some Kindle or different kind of ebook reader. Now if you travel on some public train or bus, you see a lot of people just watching their smartphones and reading something there or playing some stupid game. So what in your opinion is format which will be used in future? Will it be PDF or EPUB web or something different which will combine everything, or will there just be different needs still long-term future? So maybe if Patrick can start, so we can go from different side.
Well, I can't look into the future, of course, but
Yeah.
from the current companies that I work with, the output is still mainly PDF and, of course, EPUB, HTML, but PDF has a very strong position in the publishing I think this will continue many years from now.
Yeah, so I think the answer basically depends on whether you're considering formats for paper publishing or formats for digital publishing. In terms of digital publishing, I would say that PDF is not the future, definitely. Things like EPUB and more, actually the web, are clearly the future for digital publishings, for all the benefits they can provide in terms of adaptability, reflowability, and versatility, basically.
When I started at Antenna House 12 years ago, I felt that page media output, PDF, would suffice till I was ready to retire. I still feel that's the case, and for me, retirement's probably 2-3 years off, maybe a little further if I continue having fun. But at the same time, you do see a lot of interest in alternate ways to deliver information, EPUB, HTML5. But PDF is still the lion's share. And, you know, at Antenna House, where we sell a formatting engine to produce PDFs, we still sell a lot of those every month. And in terms of FO, if you were to look at the installed base from Antenna House, RenderX, the other FO engines out there, FOP, I would say it numbers in the tens of thousands of installations of XSL FO. So that is certainly an indication FO is going to be here for a long time to come because so many people are committed to it. There's also just a lot of tools. One area that this conference doesn't touch on is DITA. And all the DITA installations are producing PDF output from FO. And we see those in the hundreds. So PDF is here for a long time to come. What we do see is less emphasis on actually printing the PDFs and just more emphasis on distributing the PDFs. So you get tagged PDFs for accessibility, PDF-A for archival, different flavors of PDF. But PDF is very strong. It's just not being printed as much onto paper.
Cool.
I'm fully with all of you. PDF is strong, was needed for the print market. I see a problem right now. PDF is used a lot on mobile devices where people want complex layouts or complex information, for example, like scientific papers or multimedia stuff that should actually be approached by EPUB 3. The problem here is that EPUB 3 is around a standard since 2011 or so, and we have on the Kindle devices we have this crappy Kindle reader, which basically is not even possible to render standard books in a reasonable way without typographical problems. So I guess at the point where we have EPUB 3 on all smartphones, on all tablets and so on in a reasonable quality, then at least this fraction of the PDF output or for PDF generation will move forward to EPUB 3. But the market is pretty fragmented into iBooks from Apple, KF8 from Amazon and Kindle, and that's basically a problem for having we have a standard, but the adaptation is pretty slow, and I think it will take some more years of having something where we can say, okay, we generate a standard conform EPUB 3 and it will be run and displayed on all platforms with standard viewers and tools.
I agree with the previous comments, sure. Let me have another way to think about it. PDF probably is the continuum between print and the web and the digital world, because everybody knows what a book is, and with the PDF, we have the same experience than the print. So that's because PDF is a widely used format even today. But now we have a new world called the web, and EPUB is a format based on the open web platform, and can have some features than PDF can't have. Maybe, I'm not sure, maybe Romain could add some comments on that in the subject of accessibility or other topics. PDF is not a good format, and maybe EPUB can be a good format. I don't know if
Would you like to add something about accessibility, right? Just please pass mic to him. Yeah.
So yeah, I know that PDF advocates always mention accessible PDF, and there were definitely some, I suppose, good things made in that domain. But I believe that it's longer term, it's not viable, because there is something better which exists already, and which is, as you say, the web platform, and EPUB is an example of that. As an anecdote, as an example of what I'm talking about, IBM announced, I think, a year ago, that they would use EPUB for all their internal documents instead of PDF. And one of the major reasons behind that decision is because of accessibility, because EPUB was much more accessible than their existing PDF documents. The issue with PDF, of course, is when a user creates a PDF, usually the random user doesn't know how to produce an accessible PDF. And I think that even if it's possible to make bad EPUBs, I think that poorly authored EPUBs are still better than the average PDF in terms of accessibility, of course.
Yeah, Patrick wants to add something.
If I might make another comment, we're currently talking only about PDF versus EPUB, or PDF versus web, but I think we have to take into account special applications for different kinds of formats, like we have a tablet computer or a smartphone, and we have interactive features there. We can touch it, we can use gestures on these devices, so we can make special applications, apps, to handle different kinds of documents, like user's manual or technical documentations. And I think this would be another, or this will be another big path of documentation or publishing, not only PDF, EPUB, but special applications. So we can see videos, or we can press a button and have some kind of different interaction on the device. And when I read a PDF on a smartphone, it's okay, but it's not much fun. I would like to have more interactive features there.
Okay, thank you. So it seems that despite some technology advances, we will be stuck with PDF for some time. And in Andreas' presentation, you could see that CSS page media can produce some things which, like a few years ago, would be hard to imagine to be produced by CSS, but still, at least in my perception, other technologies like XSLFO or some custom composition engines like Speed Data or something different which is text-based can produce some things which are not possible with CSS page media. Also, the CSS specification, there is just no single specification, it's a set of a lot of modules, and especially the interoperability between those page-related features are not as good as between, for example, XSLFO engines, because you can have one XSLFO document and have it reasonably rendered in 5, maybe 6 engines, which is not now possible with CSS page media. So, guys, could you comment on This question, do you think that one day the CSS page media will be like advanced enough to replace XSLFO or another custom composition technologies? And if so, do you see some time frame for this? So would you like to start, Michael?
Yeah, I'll start with that since Antenna House has a foot in each camp. Certainly for a lot of applications today, O'Reilly being one and several others, CSS can handle what FO used to handle. And in that sense, CSS with extensions in the future will be able to do almost everything XSLFO can do today. I do think CSS is the trend of the future. Antenna House, one of the head developers at Antenna House, his passion is to actually bring CSS formatting right down to the web browser. And to that extent, Antenna House has funded him to go off and set up a separate subsidiary of Antenna House. It's called ViβλioStyle. And there's a whole web page and a lot of information for ViblioStyle. He's assembling his team right now, building this formatting engine that will work right inside the web browser and bring instant formatting of fixed page layouts. There's times when web pages are fine. They infinitely flow. They don't have a fixed layout per se. And then there's times when you need page headings, page footings, and fixed layouts. So ViblioStyle will do a fixed layout at a web browser. And we're probably 12 months away to first demonstratable versions of ViblioStyle. There's already some JavaScripts out there that can do page layouts within a web browser. Mr. Murakami's already hired those people to work for ViblioStyle who develop those tools. So I think that's an exciting potential in the future.
Nice. Who else? Patrick? Yep.
Well, I have quite some experience in documents that have more than just rendering constraints. CSS page media will, of course, handle more and more documents in the future. There will be more CSS levels or more CSS standards that handle different or more difficult subjects, but sometimes you have to have more logic behind it. And you have to ask questions to the renderer. How does it look like? How big was the table that I just rendered? Should we split it up? And these are the things that you cannot really describe in CSS. So you have to have some logic, and Andreas already mentioned something about JavaScript, and there was a question here. So we need some kind of feedback from the rendering engine, and this cannot be done by CSS alone. And I think it should be complementary to CSS or some different kind of page description language. But it's getting more and more, but it's still not a 100% solution to all.
Yeah, I want to add a thing on that. Well, first, I won't talk about timeframes, because as a software developer, I'm maybe the worst person to talk about timeframes.
No time frames.
And I suppose my user and coworkers would agree. About what you just said, there is a very interesting project that has just started in the CSS working group, and I think it's also in the W3C tag, which is called Project Houdini, after the US magician. And it's a project that actually intends to standardize, to specify the CSS object model and the CSS box model. And the idea is to be able to access that information potentially in scripts. So you have this feedback loop that is sometimes needed when you want to finally lay out a document. So it's a project that just started, but the idea, in the same spirit as the extensible web manifesto, the idea is to provide the low-level tools for the developers to experiment with that and to improve the state of things.
That's actually good information. How is it called? Houdini? Okay, great. Yes, basically the problems that I encountered through projects basically having no control about placement of images or larger objects, basically the floating of stuff. And this will be approached by this new working group, it's a W3C, and a standardization on an API for looking into the rendering process, being able to having the option to script or influence the renderer in some way, either on JavaScript or some open API, I don't care, as long as it can be coded, is basically one of the great things that will come, but all these vendors, basically we have only a handful of vendors on the market doing the stuff in this quality. We're moving slowly and it will take some time.
Okay, thank you.
No, just, I don't know, but it seems, according to the previous presentation, that CSS can, in the future, be like XSLFO or better, maybe first for text content and after more artistic content, maybe, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. I think now it's time to let some questions from auditorium flow in. Okay. Courage, will have a question. Then you, 1, 2, 3, 4.
You mentioned that you're setting up that team to set up the new engine, and it might take a year, 12 months. Why does it take so long to create typesetting engines or things like that?
So it was probably a question to Michael.
Can you repeat again?
You mentioned you're going to spend 1 year to develop your new engine, and so I was just curious, how come it takes such a long time for any software, how come it takes such a long time to create a new typesetting engine?
Well, the Vivlio style, it's going to be based on open source code that's out there already and enhance it. And if you go to the Vivlio style website, the commitment is to make the code open source also. And the business model is that there'll be commercial versions of it developed for people who want to badge engineer it, embed it in their products, use it in different ways, consulting. But the basic code will be open source. It's going to be CSS based for the input. And as I said, Mr. Murakami feels we're about a year away from the first demonstratable versions of it. So
Okay,
there's actually he's got a fairly complete website with links to the products or the code that's already available and some publications that have already been done in CSS. One of the questions that came up, I'll add, is this ability to spawn some Java or other script to make decisions in pagination. In all my years of being involved in this industry, the only product I've ever seen that does that is 3B2, which is a proprietary engine, and you can spawn during the pagination process and make decisions on the content for placement. Antenna House has implemented floats in CSS as we have in FO, and we can do a certain amount of logic in terms of how we place elements based on the floats, top, bottom, left-hand page, put it in the left-hand column, put it in the bottom right column, make those kind of decisions as far as float placement is concerned. But more often than not, customers have to do multiple passes through the composition. We generate what's called an area tree. And from the area tree, you can find out how information has been placed on the page and then go back and reprocess it after you've inserted some additional codes into the data stream.
Okay, thank you. So maybe you can ask your colleague to submit paper for XML Prague 2016 to show us his Vivleo style product next year. Okay, then Moray, I think.
Yeah, so just back to the question of EPUB versus producing PDF and producing fixed layout and which one's going to win. Our experience is that that's not even a question. As I mentioned earlier, we thought we were going to produce a print book once and call it an artifact and move on and just do EPUB. We discovered this last year that the University of Michigan, among others, have said, we are not going to accept an electronic edition of your book into our curriculum unless there is a print edition of the book. There just has to be one. And so there's that aspect of it. The other aspect that we've discovered is a cognitive issue. Lots of people have gotten used to working on the web and used to continuous flow and not having pages or page numbers. However, we've discovered that there are plenty of people who just can't work that way, who can't cognitively consume material unless they're dealing with page media. They remember the pages. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Sir. Mohammed?
Yeah, just wanted to jump in the discussion with my with a standard hat on the top. So I heard with your presentation and the panel here, I heard something where you compared CSS, XSLFO, PDF, and a lot of stuff, and even if they are not really giving the same environment and tools and everything. So, for example, EPUB is a standard, right? PDF became a standard, but there is many versions of PDF around the world. So, and that's one point that you have to say. Digital preservation has not been discussed here, but a lot of people are fighting with how can we get information out of PDF that have been produced in the last 20 or so years and all that stuff. So my question is, if we are doing publishing today, what would you change instead of saying, okay, there is tools, there is people using those tools, it's fine, there is market, great. So we do PDF because people are asking PDFs, right? So that's mostly what I heard. So is there a different way to do publishing today, even for paper, right? That's the question. And when we go to the paper, there is active paper and passive paper, like e-inks and all this stuff. It's not mentioned either. So that's more broader questions.
You are not asking easy questions, Mohammed.
No, I'm.
So, would like to take it?
Well,
Patrick, maybe Patrick can start now. Thank you.
Well, I think PDF is perfect as it's now. It's internally it's quite messy, but from the user perspective, it's okay. I don't think there's much that we can enhance to the PDF. Of course, there's some interactive features, 3D stuff or so, but from the user's point of view, I think it's very good.
For the users who can actually view, I think they would agree. But for the others, PDF can be really bad. But that sad joke aside, I think to answer Mohammed's question, if we were to reinvent publishing today, I think that's an actual issue that publishers have to face when they're thinking in the future, is that with digital publishing, they have to actually reinvent publishing. It's not just a hypothetical question, it's a real question they have to answer themselves. And PDF is a way to represent in digital what they know how to do in the paper. But with the web in general and other technologies, it opens the door to an entire, a whole different variety of publishing, of ways to interact with the user and to present information to the user. And that's where the future of publishing is, in my opinion.
Over 20 years ago, I sat in on many, many meetings where the U.S. government was trying to decide what format was going to be selected for publishing. And you had Adobe with PDF, you had Interleaf with their standard or their solution, you had several other vendors with solutions. Adobe won because they were the only ones who actually published, had the information about their spec published so that other people could generate PDF. Everyone else was proprietary. But taking PDF and using it as an archival PDFA, you dumb down the PDF to get there. And more importantly, it's having your content, your data, your XML, so that it's reusable and can be published both as PDF and as EPUBs and whatever else you need in the future. I think that's really where you should be looking, not that formatted page at the end of the day. But page media output goes far beyond textbooks and aircraft manuals. You know, train tickets are page media output. Driver's licenses is page media output. All those bills and statements you get in the post every month is page media output. And all those things are done with XSLFO or CSS to get to the print. It's just one of the many sets of tools that are used for those, but they're certainly there. So I would look more to the XML rather than to the physical deliverable.
My point is basically that changing the publishing way is not the point here. The problem, as I indicated earlier, is basically the adoption of a standard. So, for example, EPUB 3 is a standard. We have that since 3 years, but in industry it doesn't play a major role right now. The question is how this could be changed in a way that the tools, the viewers are available for everyone. Perhaps, as I said, in US 20 years ago, there was a requirement to special formats. The same happened some years ago in the European Union with discussion about Word versus ODF format. So basically, all countries or governments require that the open standard for word processors is based on ODF and not the Microsoft Word standard. And I think a big push forward having a standard for online publishing in terms of EPUB 3 or EPUB 4 or whatever would be having something, a decision on public administration in the same way. That something like EPUB 3 would be a requirement for documents published for government organizations and so on. And this would basically give the vendors the requirement for adjusting their tools, going back to the standard, staying to the specs and so on. And this would be a really good idea for moving forward with state-of-the-art publishing, at least for electronic documents, because right now the complete ebook industry feels like technology from the last century.
So we have multiple versions of PDF. We have today EPUB 2 and EPUB 3 on the market. So maybe if I would change the publishing industry today, one word could be versioning, because if I can follow the evolution of the standards like EPUB or maybe EPUB Web in a few years, I can be up to date. So maybe if I would change the publishing industry, versioning can be the word. I don't know if PDF5 is a good format, but if I can versioning, I can choose PDF in a time and after that EPUB and web and etc.
Okay, thank you. Then I think that Horst is in queue.
Okay, I try to scope my question as small as possible. A few concepts first. I see a page mainly as a limitation, a historical limitation. It used to be the carrier format we had and we could agree upon. We made it cheap by sticking to predictable sizes and industrialize towards that. We don't live in that time and age anymore. We're leaving it. If I look at just a few generations younger than we are, they don't consume information via pages. They consume information via screens. I agree with the statement that there are cognitive issues to decide upon as well. And I'm very glad that Michael mentioned other page concept prints, like lottery tickets, passports, and all those kind of things. So if I listen to this set of questions, answers, suggestions, thoughts, opinions, I see several use cases intermixed. When we focus on the content, it makes sense to come up with a standard consumption format, and it makes sense to come up with a standard production format. Now, PDF made the document portable, ebook made the content in a standard way consumable. Mohammed states the opposite use case, where we want to capture content from our consumables. Now, obviously, we immediately can consider a lot of consumables that have a lot of content, and then we would look at printed books, electronically static PDFs, but we also have a lot of content where the form is important. I mean, if you want to capture the knowledge based in passports and in lottery tickets, for instance, you would have to respect its form. And there is a third very big use case that we all like to forget. That is where the administration forces us to respect the form. And we have to cope with that. Now, one of these little things that pops up from time to time is, just to mention court forms, for instance. In most countries, they're standardized. If courts start using little electronic devices to register a form, they too would leave the world of the page behind. Not the electronic page, but the static page, the one that is so many millimeters wide and so many millimeters high. Do you have any thoughts on that? Do you have any thoughts on where we are finally leaving the world of static renditions at that level?
Okay, who would like to start?
So, just to start, in Hachette Livre, we use fixed layout, EPUB format, and maybe this is a way to respect the form, maybe not, but this is just the start.
I pass it over to you.
Well, I mean, we see that quite often where a customer will produce a PDF-A just to have that archival PDF for long-term storage that sits on a magnetic media somewhere that they hope will be readable in 100 years. And in the US, the Library of Congress maintains a very large data center that has mag tapes and floppy disks that most people don't even remember, of all different sizes, and hard drives of all different ilks and sizes to be able to read that historical legacy data. And then they create the PDF-X that goes to the printer and has the CMYK and all the fonts embedded and the crop marks and the print marks and everything else. So they're doing multiple PDFs in that case to get to the different deliverables that they have to get to. But yeah, there's a lot of cases where you have to have that historical trail. You can't just create something on the fly and throw it away, because there's legal implications to know what happened up to a certain point or what information was used at a certain point. So if you take a flight bag, the electronic flight bag that a pilot uses, they aren't going to sit there and generate documentation on the flight for an aircraft in the air. They have to have stuff in a format that people on the ground can reference the same page and the same information at the same amount of time. So there's always cases where you'll have to have static pages versus dynamic pages. But then you see a lot of publications that at one point were legally mandated. One thing that most people either don't realize or don't consider is telephone books. How many people see telephone books anymore? But it was actually law that phone companies had to produce those phone books, and they had to get the laws changed so that they no longer have to produce phone books. And nobody goes to a phone book for a phone number anymore. Yellow pages, white pages, or any pages. It's all done online. So I think that's a case of one publication that's disappeared. And we could probably find lots of other publications where you didn't have to have that fixed page layout, just dynamic delivery of information.
Yeah, I think the issue of requirements that mandates a specific layout, specific constraints on the size of the document may come from two different set of requirements. On the one hand, there is a requirement coming from, for instance, the government, right? They want a specific size on the document because that makes that document easier to process by them. And it's not a requirement oriented towards the user, it's for them. And on the other hand, there are sometimes the requirements because it actually helps the user to have a constrained size and fixed layout. For the former set of requirements, the one that benefits to the government, for instance, I don't think it's an issue at all. And we're talking about the future of publishing. So if we're moving to digital publishing, it's no longer a requirement. The government can rely on digital publishing to process the form, so they're no longer required to have a specific size. And it's already the case, for instance, for blind people. They won't have a paper form. They would have a digital form. So it's not a requirement per se. On the other hand, for the cases when the size is actually restricted because it helps the user, and that rejoins what Murray was saying. For instance, a page can help with cognitive perception of the document. I think there are creative ways to go on with that. It's one of the reasons why people are working on CSS paged media. It's because there is actually a compelling use case for pages on the web. Even if you have these long scrolling documents, it's also sometimes useful to have pages.
Okay, thank you. And I think that we now have time for last question from Lech.
All right, so even today, when you look at this room, you'll see the most content published is not actually through EPUB or through traditional sort of flows like XLFO. People are actually publishing on social networks of, Facebook, Twitter. So, in this room today, there's probably been 100 tweets. No one's produced an e-book in an EPUB format and shared it with someone. So, fortunately or not, it is the reality that that people actually are publishers now, and they may not even know what CSS is. They may not even know they definitely won't know what XLFO is. So basically, when you look at just raw statistics at what people are publishing on the web and the volumes, it actually means that companies like Google or Facebook are the only ones that have sufficient resources to develop some sort of engine for composition. And I think to be successful, the only way forward is to track those developments and hopefully somehow just develop the remaining 5% of functionality. If we diverge from that trend, from basically doing whatever those companies are doing, with the current state of the market in publishing, there is not enough, in my view, not enough profits to sustainably develop some sort of composition engines. Because, yeah, there's so much free content right now, which is competing with the publisher's business model. It's much harder to justify the price of an electronic product compared to a print product. This all means there's less money available for developing things like, XSLFO rendering engines, and it's one of the reasons that the group disbanded. I think same fate may happen if we go overboard with requirements for CSS page media, for example, because there's a group of people who say it's too much for mobile devices. Maybe we should simplify. Maybe we should get rid of that. For example, there's also the issue of the sort of consuming this. You can consume a printed book. We discussed this. Probably have to use PDF in this scenario. You can consume on a mobile device or any other screen. In every single case, it's going to have a browser already, so there is no need to reinvent the wheel or a specialized e-reader just for ebooks. Just use the browser. The only other scenario I can think of is the Kindle, which is just a very, very low-end device with an e-ink screen, but even that has a browser, and even that, behind the scenes, is capable of rendering HTML. So all I'm trying to say is we should really track the developments in the broader sort of HTML community, and just reuse that as much as possible. If we don't, it's just, it's going to be like it is now. EPUB, it doesn't even reach the consumer. It doesn't reach it on iBooks, it doesn't reach it on Amazon, it doesn't even reach it on the web because you need specialized plugins. So that's the reality, and unless we somehow synchronize with the broader web, it's going to be the case. There's going to be isolation, and there's not going to be enough budget to develop things further. That's it.
So there was sort of comment, not question to anyone.
Yeah,
okay, so
just want to say that I mostly agree with what you said, and that's the direction EPUB Web is going, for instance.
Okay. Would you like to add anything, Michael, or someone?
Well, I mean, Antenna House, we're in business to make a profit. So as long as there's profit to be made, we'll continue developing product. We see profit in FO, we see profit in CSS. We've been doing FO for 15 years now. And ironically, it's as strong right now as it was 5 years ago. We sell as many FO licenses each month. So there's no diminishing in that. People still need to produce page media output. And where there's a commercial need, and even those social websites that you've mentioned all produce page media output for internal guides and things. So, they're users of the technology too.
Okay. Would you like to add anything? Okay, then there is time for really last question, if it's a short one.
Let me ask one question. What is a PDF? Is there a standard which is unique, or is it not? I remember a long time ago, the government of Austria accepted PDFs because they were machine readable, not machine readable.
Could you speak into the microphone?
The government of Austria accepted PDFs because they were not machine readable. Very similar as a picture. You cannot say when you look at the PDF whether it's machine readable or not. Maybe this time has gone completely. That's my question. Is this a unique standard?
I'm not sure if I understood the question. We are asking question whether there is just only one PDF standard, or could you clarify?
From my view, there are many PDF formats. Not?
Yeah.
Well, there's actually one ISO standard of PDF, and there's some supplements for PDF-A or PDF-X, but this does not. Well, you ask about machine readable, right? And you cannot guarantee machine readable PDF.
It might be internal a picture. for example.
Well, you can, if you do it
And you
right,
call
then
it-
it's machine readable. But you can do it wrong, and it's not machine readable. So there's no single answer to your question. But if you use PDF A, I think these requirements are that this is machine readable. So I would say, yes, it's a good format for archiving.
You don't understand me. If it is a picture, it is in principle machine readable nowadays. But all the information about formatting is lost.
Actually, it's not a picture, it's text and formatting instructions. So you can extract the text and neglect the formatting instructions.
Or maybe you can discuss it during the social event, because, yeah. Okay, so I thank to all panelists for attending in this panel. Thank you very much, and thank you for your question. And now, first 2 days of conference are over. I think that all of us deserve some fun and relax, so I invite all of you to join us during this social event for a dinner. Norm, are there still free slots for Demo Jam? There are no slots. Okay, cool. So Demo Jam is full. You will see, I hope, amazing presentations. I would like, once again, thanks to all sponsors, because without our sponsors, we will not be able to run conference.
Tomorrow and tonight, how to go to the thing.
Okay. Instructions for how to go to the dinner place are inside your badge on the last page. Just, I will repeat once again, small correction. If you will take tram number 9, you have to change on the station called Národní divadlo, which is National Theatre. Yeah, it's the same location as the last year, so if you have been there last year or 2 years before, you know where to go. And if you don't know the way, you can ask at the registration desk or follow the crowd or approach any other organizer.
And tomorrow it's 9:30 here.
No, 10.
10.
And tomorrow we will start at 10 o'clock and the registration desk will be open from 9:30. So thank you very much and see you at dinner place.